Everyone please be checked in. If you'll all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Supervisor Powers.
Creator of all things, lover of all creation, bless our land with honorable industry, sound learning, and pure manners. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil way. Defend our liberties and fashion into one united people the multitudes drawn here of many kindreds and tongues. Endue with the spirit of wisdom those to whom we entrust the authority of government, that there may be justice and peace at home. In times of prosperity, fill our hearts with thankfulness, and in the day of trouble, may we not let down our fellow citizens. Amen.
Amen. Supervisor Albrecht, do I hear a motion for the adoption of tonight's agenda?
I move to adopt this evening's agenda. Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. At this time, anyone in the public that wishes to speak to the board on anything, whether it be on the agenda or not, as long as it has to do with Winnebago County, if you want to stand and go to one of the mics. Yes, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. County Board, Chairman, my name is Bob Schmeichel. I live at 215 Mandela Court in the town of Neenah. I am the town chairman in the town of Neenah, and I'm also the chairman of the Wisconsin Towns Association units for all of Winnebago County. And thank you for allowing me to speak here. I'm going to speak in terms of the funds that the county has in ARPA funds. I have gone to the several meetings that the committee has considered for these funds. I wrote a letter, was presented to that committee through the executive branch. I would like to read excerpts from that letter for your benefit so you understand that the Towns Association stand unified in support of what the committee passed. The Winnebago Towns Association, 15 units, would like to thank Winnebago County Strategies Committee, County Board, and the County Executive Office in its diligence in looking at fair and equitable distribution of the state and local fiscal recovery funds. As provided by Winnebago County Finance Department, these funds total $33,390,000. The strategies breakouts have been passed along to you, I'm sure. I'm not going to refer to that. Good use of these funds is complicated business. You all know that. It is a mixture of diverse and interrelated opinions and priorities. Stakeholders are interested in different things, and they're either merge or collide for these funds, each for these funds. The members of your STAR Commission are all responsible professional entities from across the board in your county, and essentially use criteria available for the distribution of these funds. And during those meetings, they had some very robust debates about how to distribute these funds. It was brought to the committee to pass across the board equal funds at $136,000 each for each municipality, for each village, for each town. In Winnebago County, as which in the entire state of Wisconsin, most of the population, which you think is in municipalities, but the population in the county for towns is about 28% statewide. Winnebago County is about the same thing. Do we have the same type of needs, requirements as municipalities? Of course we do. What's our biggest concern in our budgets? Roads. What's our next biggest concern? Fire departments. All of us have something. And I have a number of town board chair people here that would all say the same thing. We have like needs. When you talk about revenues from the state, and that's a sidebar to this, we only get about 5.5% from the state. So this ARPA funds is very important to everybody, all residents, not just municipalities, not just villages, all residents, town residents included. So what we are saying, we are in support of the resolutions that were passed unanimously by your STAR committee. We are in support not only for the distribution of those funds equally, but that first resolution on your agenda tonight, we are definitely in support of, so we can then get to the resolution of equality for everybody. Think about it. All these chairmen from the entire Winnebago County are in unity. We ask that you also be in unity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak at this time? There'll be a 2-minute limit. I let Mr. Smykel go a little bit longer, being that he was the unit one, so he had a little bit longer than the 2 minutes, but otherwise it'll be 2 minutes for anyone that wishes to speak from here on.
I'm Matt Olson, Town Chairman for the Town of Winchester. I live at 8303 Sawby Road, Larson. As Chairman for the Town of Winchester, I am respectfully requesting that you consider approving the $3 million allocation of ARPA funding to go to the Spirit Fund for distribution to the municipalities throughout the county. While it is understood that each of you is elected by the voters in your district and your constituents expect you to advocate for them, this body as a whole is charged with governing the entire county. It is very important that your decisions consider the broader spectrum of the entire population of Winnebago County. The ARPA funds were intended to benefit the people of Winnebago County directly. Approving the $3 million for the municipalities will accomplish that goal, as well as easing the financial burdens that the towns in Winnebago County face every day. Again, I am respectfully requesting approval of the Spirit Fund and the $3 million allocation for equal distribution to the 21 municipalities of Winnebago County. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Hi. One, I just want to thank you guys for all you do. I know it is a very tough job. I am Brenda Cabasta, and I'm a Village of Winneconne trustee, and I want to support everything that Bob has said. I agree. We as Winneconne have certainly put together our list of things that are in need, and I think to allow each municipality, city, to be able to dictate what they use that funds for is very advantageous. We know the value, what everybody values in our communities, and so allowing each community to kind of designate that is very helpful. So thank you for considering it, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, everybody, and again, thank you for the opportunity to say a few words in support of the funding of the ARPA dollars that may or may not be going to some of the municipalities, villages, and towns tonight. I too urge you to support Frank Frassetto, Town of Black Wolf. Thank you for that. I would urge you to support that. We do have a resolution that was passed for the town by the Town of Black Wolf in support of these two actions that you'll be taking tonight. We hope in the affirmative. But there's something I would like to point out to you to consider, and that is when dollars flow from the county to the towns or from the state to the towns, and we're charged with budgeting these dollars for our road, our emergency services, and so on. We essentially are contracting out. An example of that is we used to plow our own roads, and it became very difficult because of finding drivers who would get up at 5 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock to clear the roads. So we have been contracting with Winnebago County to plow our roads, and by the way, they're doing a heck of a great job. The complaints have gone down considerably. So in any event, professionals are doing the work, and we really appreciate it. We think we're getting the good bang for the buck on the money that we're spending. And lastly, the emergency services. We're in the market right now for a fire truck. The last time we bought one of these was about 17 years ago with Van Dyne, and we partnered with the town of Friendship in Fond du Lac County. The cost of that was somewhere in the neighborhood of $450,000, and right now it's just under $1 million for the replacement truck. So as you can see, every penny counts. We spend it wisely, and we would urge you to equally fund the municipalities within Winnebago County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thanks for allowing me to speak. My name is Jim Erdman. I chair the town of Oshkosh. And I just want to add that you people put a lot of work into having a hard task of how you're going to distribute these one-time funds from the federal government. And I think what was proposed here by getting these monies equally to the municipalities, this is less than 10% of the total ARPA funds that the county has been given. And these less than 10% here, give that to the municipalities, each one. And you say, well, smaller municipality has less people. Yes, they may have less people, so they have less people to tax for their needs, yet they probably have more. Your smaller municipalities have more roads than the larger municipalities that are annexed or whatever. So please distribute this equally, that 8 or 9% as it's planned here or whatever. And the other monies, you people work over and over and do the best to allocate them in different ways for different needs. And you do a good job. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, Bill Topol, Human Services Director, Winnebago County, 1476 Wellington Court, Oshkosh. I rise tonight in support of the amended resolution on the pay schedule changes for county employees. I previously reported to the Human Services Board and now want to inform all supervisors about the employee response to the plan and proposed changes that were presented by the county executive, the administration director, and HR director over the past 2 weeks. My deputy and I attended several of those employee meetings. They were all well attended with some questions. I was the point person for my department for any employee questions or concerns following the presentations. Of 300 of my staff, there were 5 follow-up emails to me about the pay study recommendations. 3 of these were about longtime employees who recently took a promotion and were originally not counted in the study for reslotting. This was subsequently addressed last week in a revision and is now included in the amendment to the resolution tonight. The other 2 questions were about the maximum of a pay range. The ranges were also reviewed and corrected in another revision by HR last week, and that's also included in your amendment. So together, those 5 were the only questions that I received on behalf of employees, and overall, the staff expressed appreciation for not only increasing the minimums of each pay range for helping us with recruiting, but also for reslotting longtime employees who have never seen their pay increases progress toward the maximum of their range. We believe that this will greatly help for retention of our current staff. In truth, our last true pay plan and schedule was frozen in 2005. This is the first time in my career of over 35 years in 3 different counties that I have witnessed a pay plan revision that reslots employees where they should be on the range and that has a clear plan for moving people on a yearly basis toward the end of their range. This is the best and most comprehensive pay revision I have experienced in my career, and hope you will support it for the sake of recruiting and retaining our talented workforce. Thank you.
Anyone else at this time wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak? Anything for the county board? Yep. 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 No one, not seeing anyone out there, we'll go to Zoom now. Eric Rasmussen.
Good evening, supervisors, and thank you for taking this time to let me address you. During the last, Eric Rasmussen, Emergency Management Director, 537 Pleasant Court in Neenah. During the last ARPA Commission meeting, there were some questions or concerns about the Sunnyview project that was approved during the budget and comes before you tonight for financing from the Spirit Fund to be transferred to general fund to cover the cost of this project. Since I wasn't able to comment on those concerns at that time, I wanted to take a few minutes and address them this evening. First off, when Sunnyview Expo Center has full generator capabilities, it will not only be an Oshkosh resource, it will be the only facility of its size and function that will have full generator power in the region: Fond du Lac, Winnebago, Calumet, and Outagamie counties. Culf, the Oshkosh Arena, and Appleton Convention Center all have generator power, but only to power exit signs and a few lights, not full operating power. Sunnyview's close access to Highway 41, large parking area, central location within the county, and county ownership make it easily accessible for all municipalities in the county. It is not fiscally responsible or feasible for us to create this type of venue in multiple locations throughout the county. Other privately owned buildings, such as Shopco, may be vacant and very large, but they're not under our control. They likely do not have full generator power, and they're not always willing for us to come in and take them over for things like an emergency shelter. The type of event we're trying to prepare for is not a run-of-the-mill storm where crews are able to get power back on in a day or two. In August of 2020, a derecho hit Iowa and left people without power for more than 2 weeks. The entire power grid needed to be rebuilt. A derecho is a storm with widespread straight-line winds that can be up to hurricane force. A derecho is the type of storm that went through northern Outagamie County in 2019 and was anticipated during EAA in 2021 when Omro and Rushford were heavily impacted by straight-line winds and residents were without power up to 5 days. Summer windstorms are not the only thing that could cause a long-term power outage in Winnebago County. Less than 1 month ago, a winter storm left over 1 million U.S. citizens without power, most of these in our neighbor state of Michigan. Cyber attacks on power grids across the globe have been increasing over the last decade. Experts say that there is potential that hackers could shut down parts, if not our entire power grid. Right before Christmas 2022, when the county was taking over day-by-day warming shelter operations, one of the main impacts of the storm was predicted to be downed power lines and long-term power outages. The western part of the state had already had substantial outages, so crews were already limited with their work there. One of the utility companies that serves our area actually did have a supply issue during this storm and asked residents to reduce their usage. Without a generator in a building of this capability, where would we have taken the residents of the day-by-day warming shelter and been able to support our community needs with the power grid down in negative 30 degrees? While the discussion around this project has been focused in on generator power, this proposal will also increase the county's preparedness and resilience by addressing the ability to access the building by visitors in bariatric wheelchairs, upgrading electrical components that are beyond end of life, and improving the IT infrastructure to support county operations if county buildings were unavailable. The $925,000 requested for this project also allows for design and contingency funds. Thank you.
Director Rasmussen, will you be around later in case there's questions when your topic comes up?
I will. I'm going to log off for a little bit now, but I'll be back on when that item comes up for resolution.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else on Zoom? No? Okay, not hearing any else. We'll close that part of the meeting. Communication, petition, memorial accounts, and commendations.
Good evening, everyone. We have a number of resolutions from other counties. From Crawford County, Resolution 3-0-2023, supporting request for revision of subsection 77.24 of the Wisconsin statutes regarding division of real estate transfer fees. From Green Lake County, Resolution 01-2023, requesting state to revise the current real estate transfer fees revenue sharing formula. Green Lake County, a resolution number 04-2023, requesting state of Wisconsin to use a portion of the 2023 budgetary surplus for the maintenance, repair, and replacement of county trunk highway system. Marathon County, resolution number R7-23, requesting the state to revise the current real estate transfer fees revenue sharing formula. And from Trempealeau County, resolution number 2023-0201, request state revise the current real estate transfer fees revenue sharing formula. All of these will be referred to the legislative committee, and I believe most of them have gone through there already. Then we have 3 commendations tonight. The first one is for Valinda Appleby. Valinda Appleby began with Parkview House Center as an account clerk on April 26, 1999. On August 11, 2003, she moved to her current position of accountant, which was later retitled to accounting associate. She was responsible for payroll processing for Parkview Health Center. She spent more than 24 years assisting resident and staff with their needs. During the time she spent at Parkview, she worked with both state and county auditors to make sure the financial records were accurate. She also learned to navigate the complicated state systems for reporting wage information. Belinda was also instrumental in gathering all the information necessary for the Medicare cost report required by the state. Belinda was well known for the many trips taken, both up north and out west. We appreciate the great service she provided over the last 24 years and wish her well on her next adventures. This next one's a little bit tough for me to read, and it should be a lot longer, but I have a commendation for Susan Ertmer. Sue Ertmer was hired in 1979 as a clerk typist in the county clerk's office. She became the deputy county clerk in 1983 and then served as county clerk since 1998. During that time, she played a crucial role, in administering elections and serving the County Board of Supervisors. Sue provided exceptional service and was well regarded by all. She was a pleasure to work with, and her extensive knowledge and experience will be greatly missed. We appreciate the great service she provided the citizens of Winnebago County over the last 43 years and wish her well on her next adventures. Commendation for Patty Quint. Patty Quint began working for Winnebago County at Parkview Health Center in 1982. Her dedication to Parkview and the residents she cared for is unconditionally remarkable. Patty specialized the care she provided, focusing on residents with challenging behaviors, which takes a very special person. Patty has always been an advocate for a team concept of care. Her priorities were focused on the residents and their positive outcomes. For the last 38 years of her career, she has helped others to learn their roles as a CNA and helped motivate, encourage, and teach them throughout their careers. Parkview cannot thank her enough for her dedicated years of service to the residents. Patty is truly one of a kind that is irreplaceable, and she will be greatly missed. We appreciate everything she has done over the past 40 years. Parkview wishes her the best during her retirement. And then we have a commendation from the Wisconsin County Treasurers Association for Mary Krieger. Whereas the Wisconsin County Treasurers Association is a group organized for the purpose of educating county treasurers throughout the state of Wisconsin, and also for the purpose of keeping county treasurers informed of current events that impact their offices, their counties, and their communities. And whereas the Wisconsin County Treasurers Association has a tradition of recognizing and commending those members who have served the association faithfully and well, and whereas Mary Krieger, the duly elected county treasurer in and for the county of Winnebago, Wisconsin, has since 2000 represented her constituents, her county, and the state of Wisconsin with a high degree of professionalism and dignity. And whereas Mary Krieger has been a contributing member and has served as District 3 chairperson, Wisconsin County Treasurers Association treasurer, Wisconsin County Association booth representative, Wisconsin County Constitutional Officers Board of Directors, and on the procedural manual, site selection, and legislative committees of the Wisconsin County Treasurers Association with diligence and a high degree of excellence. And whereas Mary Krieger has, during her career as Winnebago County Treasurer, exemplified the ideals of public service, and by doing so, has brought honor to the association and to Winnebago County. Now therefore be it resolved by the Wisconsin County Treasurers Association that in recognition of her exemplary public service, this resolution of commendation be issued to Mary Krieger, Winnebago County Treasurer. Be it further resolved by the Wisconsin County Treasurers Association that a copy of this resolution shall be forwarded to the chairman of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Passed and issued this 8th day of March 2023 by her friends and colleagues in the Wisconsin County Treasurers Association. And that's my report.
Thank you. Reports from committees, commissions, and boards. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to report the Legislative Committee will be held on March 27th, 8:30 a.m. at the Calkin Center. And those that are on the committee, Chairman should have the agenda on their desk. Thank you.
Supervisor Haran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got 3 things I want to make mention of. Once again, County Board Scholarship. Remember, everybody, I believe these are due in at the end of the month. If you've got anyone that you would like to give that to, it would be anyone that you want to have receive a scholarship of $1,000. Have them fill this out, please. It's from the County Board. That is the first thing. The second thing is that I am on a committee from the WCA related to the UW extension. And I wanted to tell you about the first meeting we had. It was a meet and greet. I believe that there were about 11 people who attended this, and it was on Zoom. The minutes say, we want to write to express our gratitude and your willingness to share your experiences with Extension and your desires to support our collective work. It is true that Extension has undergone changes over the years and faced some challenges. Our mission remains the same, which is to meet the needs of the people of Wisconsin. We want to work alongside you on addressing mutual concerns and look forward to continuing our partnership. It was a pleasure to meet everyone on the first Zoom, and we look forward to connecting again at the next steering meeting in April. Those are the minutes from, or a condensed version of those. And then lastly, I received 2 things, or information from 2 people. Supervisor Defferding talked about writing up his synopsis on his NACO so that we save time at the county board level. And then I heard from Supervisor Bender that one of the good things about talking about where we've been and what we've done is that when we do it at the county board level, more people get to hear about it. So I'm going to condense it. The WCA Legislative Conference happened on February 28th and March the 1st. It was a day-and-a-half meeting. There were several presentations. Many were roundtables with both sides of the aisle represented. The budget process was probably the issue needing further discussion. And then I put, yeah, I think. The governor gave a 10 to 15-minute talk. The questions were what we see, are what we see and hear real? Our counties are real. Counties have needs and services that need tending. WCA is the lobbying force for counties. As a county, we must speak with our lobbyists to address county needs. Issues, staffing, health, human services, judicial compensation, and staffing and public safety. The morning session was long. A decent break was really welcomed at lunchtime. State and local legislators came in the afternoon. We also heard from Andy Phillips, and that was a question and answer, and in that he discussed what was going on up in Green Bay with their listening conversations. I think probably one of the most interesting things that I heard was the cost of having plug-ins for our electric cars. and the cost of each one of these is $250,000, and they last for between 3 to 5 years. And the question was, is that a good use of money? They also said go local, communicate, and communicate. I want to thank you all for the honor of attending this meeting, and I am honored to be on the county board, and I thank you all for the education that I am getting, each and every one of you. It's huge. Please keep on feeding me. This is an honor. Thank you.
Supervisor Defferding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In my report from NACO, there was a slide deck that included the National Judicial Task Force to examine state courts' response to mental illness. So what's following with that is what can the state of Wisconsin do, along with the counties can do to implement those recommendations. So on Friday, April 21st, the Chief Justice Summit, there will be a Chief Justice Summit on mental health at the Holiday Inn at the American Center near the State Bar Center on the east side of Madison. And I will be attending this event. And the summit will feature local, state, and national speakers on a range of mental health issues. Topics will include justice, partner, and legislative perspectives, and that will include Attorney General Call, as well as Fond-du-Lac DA Eric Toney will be there as part of this forum. And then there's going to be a couple models in regards to mental health courts. There's going to be the Miami model and the Arizona model, and we'll be taking a look at what other counties have been doing in regards to local crisis response models. And that includes Green Bay or Brown County, Madison-Dane County, and Milwaukee, and NAMI, Wisconsin will be attending as well. And also taking a look at youth mental health and social connectedness. Linda Hall, the director of Wisconsin Office of Children's Mental Health, will be there to spearhead that forum. So that's all I have. Thank you.
I see no other lights go on at this time. So next will be the county executive's report. Our county executive's on vacation with his family, enjoying himself. So his executive assistant, Ethan Hollenberg, will be giving it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The county executive wrote this, so I think Mike and I have taken all the I's out, so it's not so awkward for me to read. But if we did leave an I in, the I is not me, the I is John Damel. First and foremost, we want to take the time to remember David and Jan Metzig and the legacy of the community that went well beyond Union Star Cheese. David had served on this county board, and this event is absolutely tragic, and so we hold his family in our hearts in these difficult times, and the county executive wanted a moment of silence for our former county board member. As the chairman mentioned, the county executive would like to apologize for not being here tonight. He is taking the opportunity to be with his family this week. Sacrifice of time is expected of servant leaders. His family has shared in that sacrifice of time, and spring break is a great opportunity to spend time with them. Last year, he went around the county and held lunch with the execs for employees. It was an opportunity to sit with employees and listen to their concerns. One topic that came up in every meeting was the county's merit pay structure and the inability to move employees along the pay grades. Many talked about how longer-term employees were paid only slightly above new ones, and many employees shared concerns that the only way to achieve a wage increase was through promotions. Overall, morale was low, and very few saw a long-term future with the county. Tonight, you will have a resolution which stems from those meetings. It is the first step in approving our total compensation plan. Tonight's priority is to immediately address in-range compression, which was one of the main concerns heard at those employee meetings and confirmed by the consultant. This is by no means the finish line. Passing the pay adjustments and pay schedule will establish a baseline from which we can move forward. We did a fine job maximizing the $2 million this board allocated. We put our best foot forward by balancing retention and recruitment in a way we can afford long term. We held multiple meetings with employees and listened to concerns. In response to those concerns and some raised by this county board, we are requesting a substitute resolution with 4 amendments to the plan, as well as some technical corrections to the minimums and the maximums. First, we are asking for you to support raising the lowest grade by 5%. Second, we are asking you to consider extending the reslotting date to December 31, 2023, which will credit all employees for their work anniversary earned in this year. Third, we are looking to break up the first 4 years of reslotting individually to more fairly credit our newest employees with time and position. Lastly, we are looking to adjust employees who earned a promotion after January 1, 2020. All 4 of these adjustments came from our employees who have had opportunities to be part of this process from the beginning. Why is there an amendment at all? We wanted to make sure we got this right in a short amount of time. We could have taken a lot more time with input and given you a plan with no need for adjustments, or had a short time with no input. With balancing the shortened time frame that addresses the urgency as well as the need for employee input for fair process, these adjustments were expected. We believe the process was a good one and the formulas are fair. We are happy with what we are proposing today. Again, this is not the finish line. We are targeting another resolution to bring forward sometime this summer, which will address the current merit pay plan that resulted in the compression we are facing. We will take a look at our benefits package as well as evaluate time off and work policies. We need to be more competitive before the next labor compression becomes a new reality. Half of our current workforce is over 55 years old, and filling our workforce needs will become more challenging in the near future. Please remember, everything we do, we need to be able to afford going forward. We are confident that we can afford the plan that we are proposing tonight. I would advise against additional costs to what we have brought forward. Do not let the perfect be the reason we fail to pass something that is very, very good. The Spirit Fund is coming back again. As stated before, the county executive has regrets about the name. His intentions were to show the intent that we should be looking at projects that follow the spirit of ARPA. Discussions became entangled with the merits of the name, but changing the name now would cause more confusion. After this board sent the resolution back to the commission, the ARPA Strategy and Outcomes Commission reviewed the appropriate use of ARPA spending. We have done our due diligence behind the scenes to ensure that no future revenue will be jeopardized, especially pertaining to Parkview. The county exec still believes it is in the best interest of the county and for the transparency that we create this fund. Without the flexibility allowed by using the special revenue replacement to create the special revenue fund, generational projects such as the land and water conservation efforts following this resolution would not be possible. It is time to start moving this process forward. As amended by the ARPA Strategy and Outcomes Commission, there are several clarifications the resolution does to address concerns heard at previous board meetings. The resolution supersedes previous board action and starts over. The resolution applies the ARPA grant as revenue replacement and allocates the use of the grant as wages for 2022 and part of 2023 within the general fund and Parkview fund. The resulting general fund and Parkview fund surpluses are then transferred into a special revenue fund, the Spirit Fund, which can be spent as the resolution prescribes. 1, under the ARPA final rule. 2, within the categories of government county projects, government identified community projects, and non-governmental community projects. And 3, within the framework document created by the ARPA and Strategy Outcomes Commission. You have the draft of the framework document. The resolution also specifies interest earned on an ARPA grant will be put into the Spirit Fund. And lastly, the resolution requires a dashboard and reporting mechanism to be created for posting to the county's website. This resolution puts the county on a good path to report to the community the spending of the ARPA grant and to ensure the projects are legacy in nature. This is completely legal and will have no impact on other grants. Should you decide to create the Spirit Fund, the county executive urges you to pass the following projects to be funded out of the money. The projects are already budgeted will be transferred back to the general fund, reducing our future borrowing needs. These would be the strategic plan, the facilities conditions assessment, and the Sunnyview Emergency Response Resiliency Project. Funding the radio project will relieve us of the need to bond, which will have a positive impact on our debt levy. John knows many of you want this radio project bid out. He agrees. As with all other CIP projects, the county executive has the responsibility to ensure all projects are done in the most cost-effective and prudent manner. The resolution will approve the project scope and budget as with all other CIP projects. And the county executive is committed to reviewing the needs of the departments and looking at other vendors. The Land and Water Program has the ability to improve our waterways' sustainability well into the future. The municipalities and town allocation ensures that these funds will be spent in every corner of the county. The county executive fully supports all of these initiatives. Lastly, some updates not on the agenda. The Parks Department is in final negotiations with the Pyrotechnic Guild International, PGI, for their national conference. There will be 2 public viewing nights. Both the town and the city have approved the firework permits, and we are working through a final layout and other items. You might hear that their planning team from PGI, will be in town in the coming weeks, and more will be coming on the results of those meetings. On the weekend of March 31st, which is the next weekend, Oshkosh is the host of the Wisconsin Forensic Coaches Association State Tournament. On Friday, March 31st, this courthouse will host the State Student Congress Tournament with participants from Neenah, Brookfield, Madison, Port Washington, West Bend, Sheboygan, and Milwaukee. Limited spectators are allowed, so please contact our office if you'd like to come. The final round will take place in this room at 2:45 on Friday. We continue to offer learning opportunities to our area students. The Oshkosh North Communities Program has spent the last 3 Thursdays learning the ins and outs of county government, including a tour of the airport and highway departments. Lastly, on April 2nd, the county executive will once again declare the day Autism Awareness Day. As requested, he continues to provide proclamations. Our long-term support division in Human Services works daily with providers to assist both children and adults with autism and their families. And this concludes the county executive's report. Thank you.
Is there any questions? Supervisor Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few questions about the resolution pertaining to the creation of the Spirit Fund.
Okay.
First being, has there been consideration by either county leadership or the commission about a timeline for allocating the funds?
No, however, there are some that are going to have as we spend the allocation. So you'll notice the town resolution has a December 2024 deadline, and then the land conservation, before they can spend the money, will have to present a timeline on when they spend that. But with that concern, I think the chairs of the commission would have that as part of their framework document to spend within a reasonable amount of time. I do not think they've had any specific timeframes that they've nailed down to get the spending out. But I think the goal would be by the end of 2026, which is the end of the ARPA grant.
For spending or for allocation?
Allocation 24, spending 26.
Okay, because that is the, as the law was written, that was part of the law that funds would be allocated by the end of 2024 and spent by the end of 2026. So it's good to hear that the plan is to remain in the spirit of the law on that one.
I would also point out the resolution and the Spirit Fund does require us to spend it in compliance with the final rule, which would be that timeline.
I'll look that over one more time, thank you. And then there was confusion the last time this came about in regards to Parkview Health Center and their fund. And you mentioned that things were addressed. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, their financial services manager and the administrator talked with their auditor, we talked with our auditor, and they talked with the state of Wisconsin and Department of Health Services. There would be no impact to the state grant for county homes, which was the grant specifically articulated by Mr. Petrosic.
Good to know. Thank you. And one of the main purposes of ARPA funds was to restore public sector capacity. And going forward, given the concerns that we have about Parkview Health Center and the wings that are closed and our inability to serve Winnebago County residents to our full capacity, I support and highly encourage others to support putting ARPA funds towards getting Parkview Health Center back to capacity. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some questions regarding the wage study. I am absolutely in support of taking a look at this, but I will admit, based on this email that we were included on from the county executive on some of the discussions, I think for $65,000, the fact that some employees were pointing out flaws in the study is a little alarming to me. Was anyone from McGrath in attendance, either in person or by Zoom, in any of those meetings that involved employees?
McGrath was not in attendance with the briefing to the employees about the plan that you saw on March 7th. However, I don't know, and Mike can help me, I don't know that what the employees found were flaws in the plan necessarily. I think when everybody gets briefed on a plan, it's how does it impact them specifically, and so that's where Mike, I think, went back and reviewed with McGrath some of the questions that we received.
I can supplement that answer a little bit. No, Dr. McGrath wasn't at the employee meetings, but Director Habeck and I did speak with her more than once during the course of the meetings and exchanged some ideas. And what Dr. McGrath told me when I pointed out the issues with the minimums and maximums was that she had developed the minimums and maximums, the grid, with a different procedure in mind than the slotting we ended up with. Slotting employees at a particular percentage of the control point based on years of experience in the position. That's something I felt was important to do for our employees because it had been an issue long before I was here, frankly. The first personnel and finance meeting I was ever at as HR director, that was the big topic. How can we get employees to where they should be within their range? Because a lot of people have been frozen because of various moves by the executive or the county board at various years past. We had a lot of compression 10 years ago, which is when I started. So I thought that was important, and that's a kind of slotting mechanism that Dr. McGrath has done quite often, but she didn't have that specific mechanism in mind when constructing our grid. So the real issue came out when comparing the slotting with the grid. And when I pointed that out to her, she realized she had constructed the grid with a different pay adjustment mechanism in mind, and that she agreed right away that we should change the parameters of the grid given the slotting we were doing. So we very quickly identified that as kind of a technical problem, fixed it, and that's what's included as part of the proposed substitute amendment that's, I believe, on your desk. And I also think Dr. McGrath may be available by Zoom, so perhaps later in the discussion, if you want to ask questions of her, I think that may be possible.
Is anyone, a follow-up question, is anyone aware at the meeting, Supervisor Swan brought up, I think, a very important point about, for lack of a better word, the polling of local businesses to include in the wage study. I understood from Dr. McGrath's response that that was going to be sent to, at minimum, him, but to all of us. As of noon yesterday, I called Supervisor Swan because I wanted to see that information, and that has not been produced. My point is, for 65 grand, I don't believe this was a very good representation of the dollars we spent. I don't think we should use this company again. I understand this is not the first time we have used it. That's been a little disappointing, but I do make very clear that I am very much in favor of looking at the wage and doing the wage study. I just don't think that this company did a very fair thing for this county.
Supervisor Zestero.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the ARPA, as you know, you see all of the chairman, the town chairman here, and it's always been apparent to me to be able to reach the community the best is to get the most money to these townships, municipalities, et cetera. I had an hour conversation in person with the executive about a variety of things, and I appreciate his time. But like Brenda Cabasa said from Winnebago, it's good to allow each municipality to be able to decide what they use that money for. And they're looking at $136,000. I guess my question to you is, why are we not getting more spread out to these smaller governments? They obviously know what they need to spend money on.
That's a good question. I think Vice Chair Fari maybe can address that when the resolution comes up, because the proposal was to walk you kind of through how the resolution you have before you kind of got developed. I think some months ago, Supervisor Fari had requested 3 million split evenly. Through some math as we were kind of working through, we did not include the city of Appleton because they would have probably difficulty doing a project within the small boundaries in Winnebago County. That increased it, and then we just rounded to 145, which got to 3,045,000. So we used the motion that Supervisor Fari and the commission had approved to draft the resolution at that amount, which is roughly 10% of the funds. I don't think that the commission is closed off looking at other projects. This was the best way, I think, for them and the county executive to support something small to fund various amounts of projects in every corner of the country or county. So the priority was get something small, and I don't know where the commission is going to go for more money as far as that goes. This is 10% of all of the money, but it's roughly 18 or to 20% of the bucket of government identified projects. So if you look on the framework document, half of the ARPA money, or 17 million or 16 and change, is to be used for government identified projects. One of the ways we're doing that is to allow the towns to identify projects in every corner. Does that answer your question?
It is. I just struggle with the term small, but I will say that I'm very thankful that Vice President Fari has brought this up. I mean, I'm glad that it exists, and I'll be supporting it. So thank you for answering my question.
Supervisor Norton. No. Supervisor Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also had two quick questions on the compensation study. You mentioned that there are next steps. Could you say what those are again? Because it went really fast.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was at the NCAA tournament, but my team did not win, but I cheered enough, I think. The next steps would to be look at the merit pay as we know it, which is how employees move across the range. So that's through an evaluation process, and then that's a shares system that Director Collard developed. We want to look at that so there's more clarity so employees know how they move across the range. And so that's how did they get raises in January 1. The other process of that is it's been brought up over the last several years. Most counties are moving to paid time off buckets as opposed to sick time, vacation time, floating holidays. We have some inequities in the county and kind of from the old union contracts through the employee manual that depending on where you're situated, you might have different floating holidays. Parkview might be different from maybe about a year ago. They changed it for dispatchers. And so looking at the parity with employees and the whole for paid time off, and I don't use that as PTO buckets, but I mean in general the paid time off benefits. The other thing of that, NACO has just launched a new business, so to speak, of voluntary benefits for employees. We offer and just signed a new contract with Nationwide for deferred compensation. We'll look at ETF and the employee trust funds to help with recruitment so that when employees come from the state or other counties, can they port their deferred compensation over? And we'll also look at other volunteer benefits, which could include pet insurance or other services that NACO is providing as a trade association. So that's a little bit, Mike, did I miss anything? I think it's kind of a full review and everything other than this pay component.
There was conversation about introducing a COLA as well. Is that still part of the plan?
Yes.
Okay.
And perhaps I could address that. When the merit pay plan was originally introduced, we put together a task force, a working group of department heads, 10 department heads that developed that plan. And our proposal was actually to have pay increases be the cost of living increase, or whatever you call it, the factor that is applied to the whole schedule, the amount by which minimums and control points are raised, plus an additional amount representing the merit increase. Now, the county board at the time was very much in favor of all increases being solely based on merit, so they actually struck the annual adjustment portion of that out of the resolution that authorized the merit pay. And that's what we've been working under ever since. So we'll probably bring back that idea in some form, take a look at how we do merit pay, but also take a look at should there be an annual adjustment or at least a base minimum amount every employee's pay is increased so that your pay will go up by at least as much as what the control points go up in an annual adjustment.
Okay, and what is the timeline for these proposals to come back?
In order to do anything with the merit pay and to get around that evaluation period, it would be sometime in June or July this summer. So evaluations really kick off around August, and they're due by the end of October. The other thing that's happening in June and July are labor budgets and the worksheets in direct and departments. They need to know where we think the growth is going to be in order to do their budgeting and planning for that. So I think the plan is we actually have a meeting with another county tomorrow to look at how they move people across their pay plans, and we're going to talk with other counties that have done compensation plans and recently and changed some of their benefits. We're starting as early as tomorrow, and I think the June or July is really realistic by the end of the next quarter timeline to have those proposals to you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming, Mr. Hollenberger. I really appreciate you being here. I don't mean to put you into an awkward situation, as I was not anticipating you being here. But on May 7th, when County Executive Damel gave his report about the wage study, there were questions and concerns about your pay grade, and he had mentioned that that may be dropped down to help make everyone feel comfortable. On May 7th, you were at a pay grade of 71. I see that that has not been changed. Could you elaborate on that, please?
That's a decision of this county board. The county board, under statute for the administrative secretary position, sets the salary as you do for all county positions. I was not a part of the conversations where that got graded. The job description was done as we were posting the administrative 4 position that was created in the budget. She compared the comparables from around the 12 or 14 counties that participated, and I don't have an opinion on whether or not it should be a 70 or 71. It was all data driven and based on the comparables of the administrative secretary position in other counties by the statute.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have a little report because I know we got a lot to do tonight. I also agree with Supervisor Connolly back there. I know we had this same company do this study here a few years ago, and it was supposed to bring us up so we didn't have to worry about this anymore. Well, it didn't bring us up, and so we turned around and we hired the same company right back. Good or bad, I wasn't in on the hiring, but hopefully we look at that next time before the same company gets hired again because someplace, whoever did hire or whatever, maybe they thought it was great, I don't know. But I have a problem with them too. I think that we should be looking maybe. The other thing is the Spirit Fund. I am co-chairman of that along with John Damel, and they put a lot of work into that, awful lot of work, 9 people have. And it's not just board members. We've got people that owns businesses on there. We've got ex-bankers on there. We've got people that are in the 501(c) companies. We've got all kinds of people on there. And so it isn't something that's just thrown together and gone ahead and are you motioning for me? If there's just being thrown together here, in the same way when you get to this, hopefully that this gets passed tonight. I know there was a lot of questions. Hopefully they got answered. Hopefully anyone that still had questions, they contacted the people to get the answers that they're looking for. Because a lot of times going back, and if we're going to just keep going back, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen down the road is $33 million is going to go back to the federal government. We won't end up with any. People are just going to get tired of it, and it'll get back and just distributed to other counties or wherever. And I think that we can use it as well as anybody towns, cities, our county there, we've got plenty of projects to go. And speaking for townships, I know they can definitely use it. I know the cities can use it, the villages can use it, they can all use it. And so hopefully that the board will really think about it really hard. I know there's still some questions out there, but hopefully that you'll go ahead and pass this tonight as the Spirit Fund, and then support the ones that the commission has gone ahead and everything that they've brought to this board tonight, pass them, and so that they can go ahead and start spending the money. I hate to say it, but spending the money, doing stuff with it. They're all valuable things, whether it be just for the county one way or another. It is all. You heard plenty of townspeople out there. They were speaking, and some of the other people that didn't speak, they're also from towns, villages, or cities out there that are sitting. So one way or another, we'll all be getting a part out of it. I don't care if it's City of Oshkosh, Town of Rushford, Town of EPS, who it is, but everybody be getting a piece of this $33 million. And I think that's what it's got to be done, and be done fair. And the last thing I'm going to talk about is I'm on the highway board, and yesterday we went through, because they've been having some problems with trucks, and they're getting worse and worse and worse. And so most of the committee all went through out there, and they've got some that are so rotten on the back part of it, so rusty I should say, they've got the tailgate so they can't even dump up because they'll fall off if they dump them up. That's how bad some of our trucks are getting out there. But some of the problems are, even though they've got orders in or whatever, they either can't get them, or all of a sudden someplace will call up and say, hey, we've got a truck for you, do you want it? Well, by the time they go ahead, they go through P&F, by the time they go through everything, it's a month or 2 months, the truck's gone. It can be within a day or so. So I've asked the chairman, Mr. Ulrich, there to go ahead and put that onto the highway committees next time, onto their agenda. Corporate counsel is going to look in to see if there's any place, because we've got to do something. So, and it could be a lot of other places, but I'm not saying we've got to completely forget about all these other committees, but there's got to be places that if a truck comes up or if this comes up, something that we need really bad and it can't wait, we've got to be able to get these pieces of equipment for everything in line. So I just want to let you know this will probably be coming this next month or so if we find a way to get around it, to be prepared and to think about that a little bit. And if you have time, Bob Damel's right there in back, and some of the crew is back there. I bet if you went back and talked to them and you wanted to take a tour of just the trucks, don't worry about the mold and that in the office and all that they're contending with. Just go take a look at some of them trucks. They're really bad. So I'm off my high horse right now. So Supervisor Bender.
I just want to say I think that's the importance of getting a truck wash. We can't take trucks that cost $375,000 and let them trucks rust away. And they don't have the manpower nor the time. The truck wash is too small they have. You can't even drive a double wing truck in there safely without touching the sides of the walls. What we need to do is take some of this ARPA money and get that building basically maintained, get a decent truck wash in there so the trucks basically last a little bit longer. I mean, I see what they have. It's just a rusted fleet of junk. And it's not their fault. They don't have the capability to wash those trucks. It's our responsibility to give them the tools they need to do the job, and we need to move that project forward at a little faster pace.
You going to talk or do you shut off? Okay. All right. We'll move on here then. Next up is something new for us, and so I'm going to just kind of go through it. It's consent agenda. A lot of some of you have been through it. Consent agenda, consent calendar. It's been called different things, but so there'll be a motion made and seconded, and it'll be voted on, and it'll be all done at once. It's on here. But before it's all done, if there's anything that you want pulled, make sure it's pulled before the vote's taken. You can pull anything out of there, from the minutes to anything you want can be pulled out if you actually wanted to talk about it or if you have questions about it. So it's as simple as that. It's just something that you get all done at once. But if there's something that you see in there before it's voted on, the whole agenda, you can pull it out. So as of right now, do I have a motion to bring the consent agenda to the floor? I've got a motion. I've got a second. Supervisor Nelson, let me find your, had his hand up in the air. There it is. Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I would like to request pull report number 001, Defined Journal Home Builders, Town of Winnebago. I got a request from the town chairman in the town of Winnebago that they don't know if all the proper procedures were dealt with in trying to move that forward.
Okay,
They
just
would
ask to
like
have
that
it pulled. Just have it pulled and then we'll go back to it.
Okay, thank you.
Are you gonna do the mandatory ordinance right away then also, or just the report? That'd be the one right below it.
Yeah, the ordinance for the rezoning.
Right.
Would like to have that pulled also,
Okay.
please.
All right, so we'll have them two pulled. Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. About your appointments, I don't oppose those appointments, but I've heard some scuttlebutt before the meeting of one of those commissions or task forces were planning the first meeting, and I wondered if both have, and if both have, could they maybe publicly say that now when they will be? And as I understand that, they will be Zoomed and all that. That's my question. I don't oppose it. That's my question.
Okay, yes, they have to go ahead and they have to be Zoomed, because it's a meeting of, and what was your other question?
Well, I heard some scuttlebutt of one of the task forces that they were planning their first meeting, and I know someone who's on the other one, and they were thinking about the same thing. I just want to know if they've planned their first meeting, and they could announce it now, or do we wait till after this meeting? I'm just, yeah.
And that I cannot tell you because if something's been done, I don't know about it, but no meetings can be set up until after they're approved. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to separate the approval of the proceedings from February 7th from the consent agenda, and also resolution number 201, dealing with the approval of operational expenses for the medical examiner's budget.
Okay. So, nobody asked for them to hold. He just wanted clarification, correct? Supervisor Norton, you just wanted clarification on him. Right. Or did you want it pulled? That's what she's asking. Okay.
Set meeting, if they can't do it, I understand what you said, but if they are, I guess, when will that be announced, the first meeting?
Well, maybe they'll meet right after or something, but they can't literally set up a meeting until they're approved.
That's why I didn't mean to pull up.
Supervisor Nussbaum.
Thank you. We need to pull February 8th out of the minutes also.
February 8th out of the minutes. Okay, yeah, then, Vice Chairman Fari did, yep. All right. Anyone else have anything to pull? Otherwise, I'm going to ask for approval of everything except the things that have been pulled. Pardon? Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Gabbert.
Since everybody's pulling everything, I think I would like to pull Amendment 200-032023 regarding the speed limit presented by the Highway Committee. I'll just say that for now, and then I'll ask my question if it gets pulled.
Supervisor Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question for clarification. As we're preparing to approve what is presented on the consent agenda minus the items that have been removed, is it appropriate for someone to read which items we're approving in the interest of transparency for people who may watch the movie, not watch the meeting, not read them all, but just list them?
Would it be easier if they said which ones were pulled?
I think for clarification, since you have so many on the consent agenda, it would probably be easier if you just list the ones that are pulled, because based on my count, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's my recommendation.
Yes, and I'm thinking about folks who may be listening or viewing the meeting later. They have no idea really what we're approving. We're just voting aye.
Well, this has been posted.
I understand.
So in terms of transparency, I would say it would be pretty clear. But again, it's basically the board's decision of how they want to do it. But I think it might be easier if you just list the 5 that are being pulled from the consent agenda.
I think this time anyways, we're just gonna try just some like 5 or however many there was that was pulled. And if it don't work and somebody hears different, well then we'll go ahead and try a different way. But for right now, so Julie, can you read off which ones have been pulled?
Okay. The ones that have been pulled from the consent agenda are the approval of the proceedings from February 7th and February 28th. Report number zoning report 001 for Divine Journey homebuyers. A mandatory ordinance number 03-001-23 for the rezoning of the parcels for Divine Journey homebuyers. Ordinance number 200-03-2023, amending the general code in regards to the speed limit regulations. And then resolution number 201-03-2023, a budget transfer in the amount of $65,000 for operational expenses of the medical examiner's budget.
Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded for the approval of the consent agenda, and now with all them 5 that have been pulled, do all those in favor signify by saying aye? Aye. Those opposed say nay. Now we'll act on them 5 right away that were pulled. Doug, you want, or Supervisor Nelson, I'm sorry.
The first one will be the speed limit one.
Okay, but I gotta put this
Oh,
here up.
sorry. There you go.
So who's gonna do the minutes? You asked for it? Yeah, I did. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of, first a question and then my vote was not recorded correctly, or I would ask that it be recorded correctly. On page 152, that dealt with Resolution 192-02-2023. I would like the record to show that I abstained from voting on that. And the other one I have is a question on 144, Resolution 3504-2022. We created a task force, but we did not create or request a date of report, such as we did with, bear with me a minute, Resolution 191. I just wondered if that was an error or if it actually was not addressed when the resolution was brought forward.
If I remember correctly, there's only one of them that had a date on it.
Okay, thank you. So, in essence, I request my vote be recorded as an abstention on Resolution 192.
No, because my first one up was resolution 200, and I'm not sure how to get back to it.
Oh, you don't go by what you got written here? Consent agenda? That was the first thing.
We were done with the consent agenda.
Right, I mean, okay.
And it
Look,
didn't
all
go-
proceedings here. Proceedings are right underneath it.
Right, and it didn't come back in that
Oh,
order.
it didn't come back in
So,
that order?
sorry. Maybe I can try it. Let me try one more thing.
Okay.
All right,
First time
he's on
takes
the
a little bit.
proceedings.
Huh?
He's on the proceedings, right?
Right, he'd be approval of proceedings from February 7th, 2023 and February 28th, 2023.
Well, this part isn't gonna let me go back. If we could vote on resolution 200 first.
Okay, we're gonna have to go back because the way it comes up on her computer is Resolution 200 is first, so we'll have to go with
Okay.
Resolution 200.
It's the speed limit one.
And I believe that was Supervisor Gabbard. Supervisor Gabbard, Resolution 200.
I know this is trivial, but usually we decrease speed limits, not increase them. So in the documents that are attached, I can either ask someone from the Highway Committee, or I see that Mr. Damel is here. So I get all the comparisons, but my question is this still going to be safe, even though you're saying the people are traveling 45 miles an hour and it was posted at 35? This area out there seems to be accident prone, so I'm just wondering, I guess my question, can I ask Mr. Damel?
Commissioner Damel?
Question. What's your take on this, Bob? Is this a good move?
Yeah, I mean, a formal request was made from the town of Winnebago in this area to the Highway Committee. It was approved by the Highway Committee. The section of road out there, traffic study was done. It is posted 55. 85% of those vehicles traveling are going 45 or slightly over. Those sections of road in there, we've had numerous requests from property owners within that area too. But we just needed the formal request from the town, which we got that. I fully support that. I think it's a good option for that section of road. It's, you know, the one section is curvy. There's a bridge on there that's narrow. I think it's a good move for both those areas.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Okay. Where do we go to next, Julie?
But don't, we have to vote on it, right? So
No.
still need to vote on it.
Okay, so we'll have to have a motion on that one right now. So is there a motion to approve? Do we have a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second for the approval of ordinance number 200-03, 2023. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Carried. For those of you sitting in back, this is the first time that the county board's ever done this consent agenda, so it'll just take a minute here to.
Now it did. Oh, sorry.
Okay. No, we passed it already.
One.
201. Okay, resolution 201-03, 2023, approval of budget transfer in amount of $65,000 for operational expense of the medical examiner's budget. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask that this be removed, obviously because of the enhanced vote on this is 2/3 is required. Can I introduce a motion to approve?
Yes.
Based on that technical issue, I will move to approve Resolution 201-03, 2023, requiring a 2/3 vote.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. I just want to tell you, you might see some other ones come up like that on this here because it is allowed. But just so you know, I understand what you're talking about because I had the same question. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Any other discussion? We'll do a vote by machine here, being it needs 2/3. That's what they need. So vote A if you're in favor of it, nay if you're not. Passed 32-0. 4 absence. Okay.
It's gonna be backwards, but now it's the amendatory ordinance. But that was pulled, right? That was pulled totally, the amendatory, the ordinance, the zoning too?
Right, but I think that's still, Right, yeah, that can just be pulled. Let's see if I can call on him now. Yeah, I gotta wait to get to him.
Right, is it?
Great, but I gotta get to him so I can call on him. He's gotta pull it.
Okay, go ahead.
Supervisor Nelson, this is the time that you would go ahead and pull your reports and your mandatory ordinances and explain why.
Yes, there are some significant issues with the drainage in that particular area, and there may be some concerns as to how that navigated through the town process. At the request of the town chairman, I'm asking that we go down that mandatory ordinance 03-001-23 and let them bring that back when those issues are cleared out.
And also the report 001.
And report also.
Okay.
Are you referring back to?
Are you referring it back to committee or?
That would probably be the best to refer it back to the committee.
So this has been referred back to committee. So then we'll go back to planning and zoning. Okay. Did you get that, Supervisor Hintz? It's been referred back to your committee? Yep. Okay.
Now I jumped to 167. It skipped the. So you're on the resolutions. You'll have to come back. I'm sorry. We'll have to come
okay.
back to the appointments when it comes up. I'll let you know.
The appointment's all right. Well, can't we just do the minutes?
It's in the, I don't know where they went.
Oh, okay. He's just gonna refer it back. He pulled it and referred it back, so. All right. Her computer is jumping around here, so I'm listening to what she's telling me. So we are going to go ahead, and then we'll have to go back, and I believe Supervisor Nussbaum had something, and Vice Chairman Farrar had something on the minutes, so we'll have to come back to that when it comes back up on her computer. So now we're going to go to resolution number 16701-2023, creating a special refund titled the Spirit Fund and transferring surplus funds from the general fund and Parkview Fund to Spirit Fund. Supervisor Cox. Yes.
Did we actually take a vote on that minutes after the vote?
No, he pulled them. See, they got their own.
No, we haven't did that. No, we haven't. It's. I will apologize with the consent agenda for my first time. We had training and it was supposed to just, if I took them out of the consent agenda, it was supposed to put them right in order underneath the consent agenda. It didn't. So
right.
We're going to be a little bit out of order for this, just for tonight, and I will get it hopefully fixed for next meeting. It is.
Just so you remember, that one is coming back your way. Okay, Supervisor Cox, were you going to bring that in, or?
167?
Yes.
I've got to get past all the ones that we had in the consent. Just a second, please.
Oh, that's what we said. We had to jump a couple because the computers were.
Right. You want me to move to? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You would like me to move 167-01-2023 as amended?
Has to be brought in just the way I read it right now. So if you're going to make amendment, we'll have to make a motion, get it second, and then have it amended. And I have a second. So this one was amended? Oh, it was amended, okay. Yes, I'm sorry, yes, this one was amended that you got on your desk there, yes.
These are all amended.
Great,
Yeah,
okay, yes.
so-
That's sorry, as amended.
Who's
You
my
are correct.
second?
And I got Supervisor Hanson that seconded it. Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we've discussed stuff about Parkview in the past,
And unless I'm reading this wrong, is this taking the Parkview funds and rolling them over into the general, fund? Because I thought we were planning on keeping Parkview funds in Parkview, so they would not be rolled over into our general surplus.
I will have either Ethan or the finance director, I'll just say this right now, even before they come up, there was no money in Parkview. Everybody, there was no money in Parkview.
Yeah, I think Supervisor Powers, you're right. There was some discussion at previous board meetings on how moving money into Parkview for wages in 2022 and then creating a surplus there would affect other grants. We initially said if that's going to happen, we aren't going to impact Parkview at all. We're going to try to not use Parkview. In reviewing with the auditors of the state and our auditors and an external consulting firm, it was confirmed that doing this, using the general fund and the Parkview fund, wages for the ARPA grant would not cause negative effects on Parkview. And so the request was to maintain, to do the previous proposal as amended. So there is no money in Parkview yet. This resolution supersedes previous resolutions, and it will then reallocate the ARPA grant to wages in 2022 and the early part of 2023 for both the general fund and the Parkview fund. Because that creates a surplus in both of those funds that wasn't expected, this resolution also pulls that money out and creates a special revenue fund called the Spirit Fund, which is the requirement in the resolution to spend under the ARPA final rule in the categories determined by the commission and also under the framework document that they're creating, and then some reporting requirements on the county's website. But there is no negative effect to Parkview.
You said there's no money in the Parkview fund. I thought, are you talking about ARPA money going in there, or are you talking about, because I thought they did have.
They do.
And that's not being touched, or it is?
That is correct. There
Okay.
is, Mike, 2 million?
No, the money was never actually moved into the Parkview Fund. So the resolution that would have moved the money into the Parkview Fund and then moved it back out again to create the Spirit Fund did not pass. An earlier resolution did authorize use of the ARPA money to essentially pay for wages in 2021 and 2022, but because of the concerns that were brought up and the questions regarding the use of money at Parkview, we never actually moved that money into Parkview. We only took really the safe portion, which was some of the wages for 2022 in the general fund, and did move that $11 million into the general fund.
Line 58 and 59, just that, neither transfer will impact any grants, reimbursements, or prior levels of those funds. So any money in either one of those funds, whatever the level is not impacted. That money will stay there, and the interest will be handled as we handle it.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Gabbard.
I do not regret making a motion to send this back because it wasn't clarified properly. Now, those parties involved, and I want to thank Mike especially, have clarified this all, so I'm on board. And it wasn't that anything was fishy or out of the ordinary. I just wanted clarification because you all know I'm an advocate for Parkview. So I wanted to protect that. I think Doug had a misunderstanding also, but I was at a meeting where it was explained to him that none of those grants that they apply for is affected. So everybody did their due diligence. So now I'm happy to move forward naming this the Spirit Fund. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am in complete agreement with Supervisor Gabbard. Because of what Supervisor Schellinger brought up last time, I really wanted to see a better definition, which I think happened, so I'm going to vote in favor. I am taking, because part of it still makes me a little uneasy in the language, but I'm taking line 26 and 32 and 33 at complete face value and trust, that the homework was done. And if any of this is improper, there needs to be accountability back. Thank you.
Supervisor Cox.
Can you tell me the plan for where the money is, as Spirit Fund, going to exist? And what, what division of the general fund is it going to be planted in? Or what part of Parkview Fund the Spirit Fund is going to be planted in or left?
This resolution creates an entirely new fund within the accounting system, a special revenue fund. I think we have different types of funds. That what we refer to as the general fund is often, the full title is the undesignated general fund. You are all designating a special restriction on this fund, which will be housed in our normal county investments, tracked in our county software. It can only be spent as this resolution prescribes. And that's why we're doing it, so it doesn't lapse to the undesignated general fund or the Parkview Fund, so that we can spend it in the spirit of ARPA.
Thank you, Ethan.
Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I very much appreciate all the community members and fellow supervisors who took their time to attend and speak at the ARPA Commission meetings. Personally, I was very surprised at the 50%, 25% breakdown, and even spoke against it during the ARPA meeting. Some of the nonprofits who presented and requested money at the ARPA Commission are organizations that I've personally supported, but I must address line 48, addressing non-governmental community projects. There are 4 main reasons why Winnebago County should not force residents to support nonprofit businesses while basic infrastructure like streets are in need of repair, emergency services needed to be upgraded. We need to prioritize essential services. The primary responsibility of any county government is to provide essential services to its residents. This includes maintaining basic infrastructure like streets, bridges, and public buildings. These services are critical for the safety and well-being of our residents, and they should be prioritized above non-essential services like nonprofit businesses. Fiscal responsibility. Counties have a responsibility to manage public funds in a responsible manner. Forcing residents to support nonprofit businesses when basic infrastructure is in disrepair is not fiscally responsible. It can lead to waste and mismanagement of public funds, which can ultimately harm our residents and the community as a whole. We need to encourage economic growth. Counties should focus on policies and programs that encourage economic growth and development. This can include investing in infrastructure, supporting local businesses, attracting new businesses to the area. These efforts can lead to job creation and economic opportunities for our residents, which is more effective for our community than forcing residents to support nonprofit businesses. And lastly, respecting individual choice. Residents should have the freedom to choose which nonprofit businesses they support, rather than being forced to support specific organizations by our county. Respecting individual choice and autonomy is a core principle of democratic government, and forcing residents to support nonprofit businesses undermines this principle. Forced financial support does not allow our community to be inspired by these nonprofits, and it removes the emotional connection for each nonprofit's mission. I'd like to offer an alternate solution. I would suggest allowing the nonprofits a platform to get in front of our community members, maybe opening Sunnyview Expo Center and hosting a Giving Tuesday event in November or throughout the year. This would give our nonprofits an opportunity to make emotional connections and raise financial support. Winnebago County should prioritize essential services like maintaining basic infrastructure and public safety over nonprofit businesses. Again, I know that this sounds cold and harsh. As we've heard from our local towns and cities and villages, this is our fiscal responsibility. We need to encourage economic growth and respect individual choices. Forcing residents to support nonprofit businesses when basic infrastructure is in need of repair is not an effective use of the ARPA money and can ultimately harm the community. As such, I move to strike line 48 and amend line 46 to read 50%.
Motion made and seconded. Yes.
Would the
ask her.
Supervisor Dowling, I am wondering if you would consider going up to line 44 and stopping with the word rural, strike everything from 40, after, starting from within, all the way through line 48, so that everything is presented project by project, and there is no percentage.
I hear what you're saying. I guess my concern is that that might leave a loophole open.
That's fair.
Okay, I apologize, but I appreciate the comment. Oh, sorry, hold on, let me pull, I had to write it down, I couldn't read. Strike line 48 and amend line 46 to read 50%.
Any discussion on that? Supervisor Nussbaum, any discussion?
I'd like to ask Ethan if that would throw a wrench in the county exec's plans.
It's the prerogative of the board, but that category has not been discussed in length by the ARPA Commission. That was the plan for the next couple meetings. The reason it says non-governmental is to broaden it from just nonprofits. And so Go EDC, the Fox Cities Chamber, Discover Oshkosh, the tourism entities, there are quasi-governmental bodies that aren't traditional nonprofits, and they would be the ones that could also qualify. So to give you an example, that category, there are revolving loan funds for economic growth and economic development. The EPA has some stuff based in brownfield, so does DNR. This board could use that category not for nonprofits, but you could use it for quasi-governmental and other things like that. County government is in general prohibited from just cutting blank checks or cut checks directly to nonprofits. There's an attorney's general opinion that prohibits that. All donations and funding to nonprofits and non-governmental entities has to be through a program within county government. So yes, it would throw a wrench in because the ARPA Commission hasn't really discussed that category yet, but I think it's broad enough to get into the economic growth and some of those essential services. So the goal was quasi-governmental partners who do good things in the community that are primarily governmental funded, and perhaps nonprofits who do work on our behalf already. But yes, that category does need some fleshing out.
Yes.
So if this change is made, could we still give some of this money if the ARPA committee decides? Or are they completely eliminated with this option?
It would defend, the committee would have to redefine government identified community projects. I think in large part, nonprofits and some of the people who do our work, some of our providers could be, for instance, the Wisconsin Autism Project is a nonprofit who provides, that we give CLTS dollars, Children Long-Term Support dollars from Division of Long-Term Support and Human Services. We give them money to do the state programs. They just grew in Oshkosh. It's possible if they had a request out of that division, we couldn't. Corp Council maybe can ask a better one. Maybe we identify that as a community project, I don't know. But I think I'd point out that we're not requesting any spending out of that third category, and the plan is to bring project by project to the county board. The county board has to appropriate every dollar of the Spirit Fund with a, if it's in the budget, majority vote, but generally by resolution, these will be 2/3 vote resolutions that come in sequence. So if the county board later decides they don't want to use that 25%, you can move it at that time.
Supervisor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been doing tours for over a month and a half now on different nonprofits, and this is a mistake by ruling them out of the possibilities. Other counties and other states in the U.S. have been giving money to these organizations, spreading it around. We're doing it to the counties. Each county or each town or township, they're going to have something similar to this. There's a lot of other nonprofits that are doing a lot of good things, and they raise a lot of money on their own, but they need a little extra help. And why wouldn't the county want to do that? I mean, we got federal government money wherever it is for all these highways. We haven't seen a lot of that come down for probably the last 10 years. They said shovel-ready events, you know, shovel-ready, we haven't seen that. So now to start saying, okay, let's put some more money in their pot, I think it's wrong. We cannot stop on the nonprofits, whatever they are, because they do a lot for a community. You have to get out there and see what they're really doing. We need that. And for that small amount of this ARPA money that everybody wants a part of, we can't rule them out. I think that's a mistake by doing this, not giving it to the government stuff. We've 100% for government. I don't think that's right. So that's what I feel.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering, when we look at that number 2, government identified community projects, I'm just throwing out 2 names that everybody's heard of. Is the Christine Ann Center and Father Carr's, could that be something the government would identify as a community project? Is that possible? Are we getting an answer?
Again, I would go back to what the commission's definition is, but in terms of Christine Ann, Ethan, you believe it is?
Because the second part of that, my question was going to be, if those kind of community projects could be identified by the government as valid community projects, then, and I'm not, I have nothing against the amendment that Supervisor Dowling made, but rather than put the whole 25% of number 3 into number 1, could it go into number 2 or split more even so there's a little more leeway for the government identified community projects?
And again, I would just say, you can see that it's talking about the framework created by the ARPA Strategy and Outcomes Commission.
Okay.
So we have to go to the commission. Do you have any other information?
So the commission has not approved the framework that was sent in the packet, and this is subject to change, but the definition that they looked at for non-governmental community projects was this. These projects are funding opportunities for non-government or quasi-governmental organizations and stakeholders. Government identified community projects is, these projects are which are identified by government and are intended to be a partnership between county departments and community. Projects are administered by county departments and could be granted to subrecipients or county projects. It's broad. That's probably more of a really, really close direct county thing. I can't think of a program, maybe a housing authority thing or something like that. The commission would have to decide, based on the resolution that you passed at their next meeting, how again they want to relook at it. I think they've spent a considerable amount of time last fall, and then the last, how many times did we meet, Mr. Chair? 4? Something like that, for multiple hours, kind of getting to this point. They plan to spend, I think, the large part of their next couple meetings on this category that you're looking to strike. Could they do it? They'll do whatever the board prescribes, but this is what their recommendation was to you.
Still a little bit fuzzy, but thank you.
Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These percentage breakdowns were first presented to the ARPA Commission by the administration. And I can assure you there was a lot of discussion about whether these categories were appropriate. I think after all that discussion and debate within the commission, The initiative is to keep the recommendations that were presented to us. I think they're valid, I think they're sound, so I would urge you not to support the amendment. I think the percentage breakout is going to work properly and correctly for the benefit of everybody. Thank you.
Supervisor Stir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support Supervisor Dowling's points wholeheartedly. I think that the quasi or non-governmental community projects, I struggle with that. You know, the fire departments are asking for $1.9 million for their radios. I haven't heard much of that, even though I haven't attended every meeting. Oshkosh Schools taxes have gone up 13%. Our property taxes are going to get very, very high, probably about double in our business. I really think we need to focus on basics, and Supervisor Dowling said it well. I understand Vice Chair Fari's, you know, that there was a lot of discussion. They've put a lot of work into this, and I also understand Supervisor Harrison's concerns about the nonprofit. I fully support nonprofits, but in this situation, I believe this is a very important move that I would be supporting. Thank you.
Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I know that this is probably a shock to everyone. Having sat through the ARPA committee meetings myself, I really struggled with this. Again, some of the nonprofits that presented are nonprofits that I've personally donated to myself. But we just need to take a look around. One of the townships that presented at the last ARPA committee meeting said that they need to replace their entire water treatment facility. And they're looking at, I think it was over $2 million to do this. We have people in our community who do not have clean drinking water. They do not have the tax revenue to cover projects like this. We've heard time and again about fire departments that need new trucks. I know Menasha, City of Menasha needs new walkie-talkies for our fire department, our police department as well. I think it's great what our nonprofits do in our community. I think it would be a horrible situation if our emergency services cannot get to our people. It would be fantastic to be the Oprah Winfrey of Winnebago County and throw money around. We just need to take care of our house first, and that's including addressing other situations like the buildings we're sitting in, the roads that our residents use to get places on a daily basis. Those need to be taken care of first. Again, not popular. We're probably not going to get, I don't know. We just need to take care of what we have for our residents first before we're giving out of excess. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the reasons that I'm going to support this amendment is something that I brought up in the last ARPA meeting that Cassie was, my voice was gone and Cassie read the statement for me. I am not arguing either the altruism of a nonprofit or their merit. That is not my point. My point is that they fall under 501c3, 501c4 categories. Their accountability and accounting is different to that in the county. I am concerned how that money gets dispersed. I was even more concerned when I heard Ethan mention Dillon's rule in Chapter 59 in relation to the non-governmental community projects. I already have unease, and as I mentioned, I'm taking line 26 and 32 and 33 at face value. I'm already slightly uneasy how this has been discussed, and then to bend it even a little further with Dillon's rule in Chapter 59, I'm really uneasy about that, and that's why I'm going to support the amendment. It has nothing to do with the merit of a nonprofit, nothing.
Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for you, Ethan, while you're up here. With number 2 being the only item that would remain after this, would we still be able to work with, and provide funds to go EDC, the Chamber, the Visitors Bureau, so on and so forth? Would they not also be government-identified community projects?
Yeah, they could be, certainly. And like I said, the commission did not fully kind of look at how they would look at whether they were fully going to spend that 25% on nonprofits or donors like that. I think, something can be made out of the amendment for sure. I just think they wanted to isolate 25%, roughly 8 million, for projects that were done exclusively by our community partners that we work with on a regular basis. We regularly give to nonprofits as providers, non-governmental for-profits as providers. We regularly do that type of work. I think there was an idea to kind of stick within that framework. But yeah, with it about being fully fleshed and probably the shortest definition that the commission has so far, and looking to discuss that, could we do some of the work that you're all talking about? Yes, I think we could. It would just kind of shift the money around in a way that maybe would make less for that type of work.
Thank you. And the reason I asked that question is because as it stands, we have 75% of the money allotted to community projects. And I don't think it's out of line for us to bring back 25% for county government projects and still have that other 50% there for those community projects, which still can get passed and still have to come before us for a vote. So in that regard, at first I kind of was jumping back and like, whoa, wait a second here. But thinking this through, we're the ultimate decider of where the money goes. And as I believe was stated, it's a 2/3 vote. And the difference between number 2 and number 3 is marginal at best, because they're both community projects. And just because one says government identified and one says non-governmental, government identified, hey, all you have to do is identify it, say, here we go. Here's our community project we want to work on. So I actually don't think this is out of line as at first hearing it. I thought I was, and I will be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Supervisor Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to remind all of the county board members that ARPA funds cannot, we don't want to use them just for like brick and mortar and things you can touch, because this county is made up of people with needs, people that need support. And part of what we do as county supervisors is make sure that the people who live in this county have an excellent quality of life. And a lot of these non-governmental community projects enhance that. So please keep that in mind when you pass your vote on this. Thank you.
Supervisor Norton.
Has the ARPA Commission set what the community needs are? And I asked that question because if you know what your needs are, then you may need how to accomplish those needs. And you may have to reach out to community partners. Isn't that what we did a year ago when we got the Neighborhood Initiative Grant and we reached out and 3 of them or 4 of them presented at the last meeting? Those are nonprofits, Habitat for Humanity, Clarity Care, not Clarity, I'm sorry. All of them, they're nonprofits. So if the community needs is transportation or economic development or whatever, not we or the commission initially, and then we could identify what agencies or organizations we could work with. And that way, I've got to believe, Ethan, correct me if I'm wrong, those 4 or 5 organizations that we gave money, that $10 million neighborhood grant, they have scrutiny, not just from us, but also from the state, about where the money goes. So there is accountability, right?
Yeah, so from an accounting standpoint, we would require that, and Paul has been working on this for the Neighborhood Improvement Fund, they go through audits. So they have to go through, many of them now, what's called a single audit, which gets kicked out, which the federal government requires. So they do go through the same audits that we would go through. I think one of the largest organizations that helps us in it from a human services perspective is it's in state statute, the CAPS, AdvoCap. There's Bill Topol left, so he can't correct me. There's dozens around the state. And they're set up by the government. They were set up under the same legislation that created Medicare and Medicaid in the 60s. And they're a nonprofit, but they do, it's not Meals on Wheels, so it's Meals on Wheels not trademarked. But they do our meal to home delivery program, and they do our congregate meal setting sites. They provide a lot of the senior center stuff. So there are programs that the government does, and to your point on assessing needs, I think the logic of that category, having just gotten involved in the commission, was to go to those community providers, advocates, and things like that, and see where do they see needs, to be knowing that the county board would have to approve that further down the road.
Could I have a follow-up question to you, Mr. Chairman, since you're one of the co-chairs? Do you think the commission is going to set the need, or look at what's needed and set how to meet those needs? Because I don't think it's really done that. I know we had a meeting a while ago, we had some help, but I don't think there's been any follow-through. And that's what I think is needed. What are the true needs? And we're not just picking out and doing what I say pet projects. So that's what I would like to see the commission do.
I think we've started doing some of the pet projects. Some of them, I know a few of them is going to be brought up tonight, hopefully, if this gets passed. So that'll be some of them starting. We're starting to, but are they all out there? Supervisor Norton, no. But I think we're starting to, and that's what we got to, you got to start someplace.
Well-
And the big thing is getting the Spirit Fund through, because until that is, then we don't know where it is. I know different ones, someone's fire trucks, someone's sidewalks, so where do you go?
Well, I
So
just,
we gotta
my
see
last
where
comment,
the money takes.
my last comment on this is I'll vote for this Spirit Fund, but I guess what are the community needs and what does the commission thinks they are? And I haven't really heard that. I'm not necessarily for pet projects, I'm for community needs and how we meet them. So that's my last comment. Thank you.
Supervisor Albrecht.
Somewhere along the line, we should throw our new finance director in the ring.
He's back there anytime he wants to
I
come
know,
up.
but I mean, he should be,
Does the finance director come up and have anything to say?
I don't know if you have a specific question, but yes, this is pretty much what we've been going through for the last several months with the ARPA Commission.
gotta put his
And,
mic on.
It is on.
and coming through with the 3 categories, and if you do an amendment for that, but the whole thing is to get this approved through and into the Spirit Fund through the final rule from the Treasury Department, so you can actually start getting the money to the projects before you, so you guys can vote on that. The ARPA Commission can get the proposals to the board can get the money out to the community. I think there's a lot of back and forth, but the big step is to get the Spirit Fund created, and then let's move forward on how we want to spend it for where we need to spend it. I mean, that's kind of my goal.
Supervisor Gabbard.
I'm going to support Supervisor Dowling's amendment, and I'm going to piggyback on Supervisor Norton's neighborhood grant. We gave 10.3, we applied for the grant, and day by day, Kids Foundation Community Center, Covey, Habitat for Humanity, and Solutions Recovery got 10.3 million because of this county. They couldn't get it on their own. So there's 5 nonprofits that are profiting from us being good nonprofit county board members. So the reason I'm going to support Supervisor Dowling's amendment is the commission will have the power to bring the stuff before us. So no, nobody's going to be left out. But when you talk about making sure everybody in the community has a quality of life, well, let's have a good community of life for our towns. I'll talk about this later when we get to that, but we want every citizen in Winnebago County to be involved in what goes on with this money. So it can't just be the nonprofits. It's got to be Joe taxpayer, Joe businessman. So I trust that that commission, who has been working hard on this, will bring stuff forward to us And we can move on and pass this now with this amendment, and we still have a voice to decide what we spend it on after they present it. So we're not out of the loop. We have to trust them. They got appointed. They're doing their due diligence. Obviously Supervisor Dowling's been to a lot of meetings. I haven't been able to go. So I'm going to approve that, and then I'm going to vote to approve this spirit fund so we can get going and start dispersing some money. Thank you.
Supervisor Defferting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will support this amendment as well. One of the things that one of the hardest votes I had was approving the neighborhood grant. And I've said it before. I said it before at the time of the vote. Is that I kind of felt like government was just breaking our legs and then just giving us a $10.3 million crutch and saying if it wasn't for us, where would you be? And it was pretty clear that our economy was damaged from the Safer at Home order, and because of COVID as well. And we've the thing of it is though is that we've kind of started that. I was a little concerned, well not a little. I was very concerned about the precedent that we would set about picking and choosing favorites, and so. This is something where we have to kind of temper ourselves and realize that perhaps it's best not for us to pick and choose favorites when it comes to nonprofits. I know that we've kind of already did that with the neighborhood grant, but I feel like the floodgates are now open, and now suddenly we have all this money that we could just distribute to everyone. So once we have that available for nonprofits, we get some other nonprofits will say, well, what about us? What about us? And then it turns into that type of conflict, and that type of argument and discussion I find to be more counterintuitive and counterproductive. So I think it's just best for us to temper ourselves here, and that's why I plan to support this amendment. Thank you.
Supervisor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't temper myself, I'm sorry. First of all, $33 million got here because of a pandemic, right? Our roads didn't blow up, our streets didn't fall apart. It was the people that got affected by the pandemic. That's why we're getting the money. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about this money, number one. Number two, we're talking about trusting the commission or the group that did this. So then what does it matter if the 25 or the 50 or 25? Why don't we just leave it alone and let them decide? But now we're taking something out because we don't want them to decide. We want to put in a different categories. We want to take care of all the roads and construction, but we want to take some people out. That's why I'm all for the spirit. I'm not saying nothing about that. It should be good. We monkeyed around with this for too long and it should go. But I'm saying, trust the commission, we believe in them. But now we're going to limit them what they can do. And maybe they can do this or that. If you look at the $10 million we spent, I went to every one of those places. How they were operating before, what they were doing, is outrageous for this county for 10 or 15 years to let this happen. Those people were in trouble. We needed to do stuff. This extra money, and we're not giving it all to them. They all raised some of their own money to do some of this nonprofit. But I'm not saying all the nonprofit. I'm not saying a whole bunch are going to come here. But what I'm talking about is just automatically saying, if they're not government, we're going to take them out. But that's okay, because maybe we'll let them do it. Well, let them do it. Then this doesn't matter. The 25% doesn't matter. Just leave the bill the way it is. Why do we have to change it? If they're going to decide anyway, but why do we have to say, no, we're not going to do any nonprofits of any kind? Maybe they'll decide, take 25% and give it to someone else. On the next year or 2 years, are we going to get a bunch of roads done? Are we going to get a bunch of bridges done? Or are we going to be back talking about needing some money for that? Because I just think it's a mistake by cutting it out. I mean, maybe 10%, maybe 15%, but you can't just rule out any nonprofit because a lot of them help us in our community. And if you get out there and see what's happening, I don't know how we didn't do anything. I looked at, there's certain things on the top people are donating a lot of money to, and other things are just getting lost. Nobody's worried about them. And we take care of $1 million for the sex offenders that have to go that way, it's our responsibility. But what about the rest of the people that had issues with the $33 million pandemic that caused it? It wasn't our roads, they didn't blow up, bridges didn't break. It was our people. And so I think we can't rule out helping other people. So I'm sorry.
Supervisor Bender.
I'll be supporting it. I think that we have to take care of the county's needs, and if there's money left over at the end, and we got some money for nonprofits, I'm all for helping them and giving them whatever we can afford. We're gonna have a budget in November. We're gonna be increasing wages by $2.9 million. I don't know how we'll meet our budget in November. And then we got a highway department that needs anywhere from $8 to $12 million worth of repairs. You know, that would go, $8 million would go a long ways in financing that highway department. I think we have to be good stewards of this taxpayers' money. This is a one-shot deal, and we have to use it wisely, because when we kind of do the budget in November, it's gonna be tough. Last year, I think we took $6 million out of the reserve fund. There's no more money there. We're down to the level that we said we wanted to keep, the 18%, that's about what we're at. So we can't take $6 million out of reserve fund next year, because it won't be there to take. So we have to be careful with this money, use it for the county's best interest, and if we have money left over, I'm more than happy to share it with whoever we have money to give it to. But our interest has to be Winnebago County first, because we have to balance the budget next November.
So we'll be voting on Rachel's amendment first. Yeah, we better do it by machine, just in case it could be closed. If you're in favor of what she's brought up, vote A. If you're not, vote nay. And that passes 21 to 11. Now we're back on the amendment here. No, the resolution, right? Don't get me confused. On the resolution, I did have lights on. Was there any other discussion on the resolution? Supervisor Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier, I asked about allocation of funds by December 31st of 2024 and spent by December 31st of 2026. Can you tell me if that is, you mentioned that was contemplated in the resolution, so is that part of line 29 through 31? I'm just trying to find it.
43.
Line 43.
43, and then the first word of 44. If the timeline were to get changed under the time, for instance, land conservation is going to need longer than 2026, which is the purpose of having the Better Spirit Fund. Those resolutions will, and we will tell that, you know, we need a decade or whatever it is to do the good work of this. I think the commission wants to get the projects out and approved in short order so that they don't have to keep meeting for year after year. But I think the allocation is contemplated under the final rule of 43 and 44. And then if we do need longer timeframes, I think that will be requested in those other resolutions.
Okay, I just wanted to verify that because I think it is really important that this money get out into the community as soon as possible. We've been talking about this forever. We've had the money, all of it, the whole 33 million since July of last year. And it just needs to get out and get to work in the community. And I don't think the commission signed up for an extended service. Well, I'll call it that.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that line of questioning, Supervisor Nichols. I think that answered a lot of questions that I had. I think, you know, I'm still concerned about the ways that this, you know, that this has been presented by the administration. I think the clarity about the division of expenditures, the components of the amended resolutions that try to identify where those fit within that criteria, as well as the inclusion of that Treasury's ARPA final rule, I think are very helpful in building that that trust, that public transparency about where these monies are being spent. I will look forward to supporting this and having some spirited debates, no pun intended there, I guess, about the upcoming the upcoming expenditure of this. As Supervisor Nichols said, there's lots of good that we can start to do with this, and excited to get that money out there. Thank you.
Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a point of personal privilege. And my point is, please have the clerk read the amendment, read the resolution with the amendment inclusive, so everyone could understand what we're voting on.
I will ask her to do that when we come to the vote. Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that they were answered. I echo some of the concerns of Supervisor Nichols and Schellinger. I am going to vote in favor of this resolution. I look forward to these monies being dispersed as soon as possible. One quick question: because of the delays that were unforeseen, has the deadline for application changed from March 31st?
We never set a March 31 deadline, so there is no deadline of that.
I thought that was on the application form.
With that category removed in this resolution, that application, it won't be used, I don't think. That was for that category, and it wasn't deployed. So the commission will handle that on April 14th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Originally, that was going to be done, but we never got to that, so that's probably why the 31st was on there. Thank you. Are you ready to read all that? He wants it all read. Did you want the whole resolution read plus the amendment?
The relevant changes.
Just the changes.
Relevant changes.
Okay. On line 46, it should read county government projects, 50% of funds. And then line 48 would be completely stricken. That's it.
Did you get that, Supervisor Eisen?
Is that all?
That's all.
Thank you.
All right. No other lights on. An amendment was made. This is a majority of memberships vote present. So I'm going to try and do it just by voice here. Unless you want to do it that way. So all those in favor of amendment resolution number 16801 2023 plus the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Nay. Carried.
You said 168, it's really 167.
168, I'm sorry, 168. 167, I apologize. I'm looking at 168. I'm sorry, that was 167. Now 168. Resolution number 16801 2023, authorizing a transfer of $175,000 from the Spirit Fund to the General Fund for the purpose of funding budget expense in the County Executive's Office for Assistant and Strategic Planning, priority-based budgeting. Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of the amended Resolution 168012023.
Seconded by Supervisor Nelson. Not seeing any discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Nay. Ayes have it. Amended resolution number, yes. Just hold on.
Number 167, please.
167, we're by.
you're by it, but we didn't know whether we were on 168 or 167 when the vote was taken.
We can go back to it, but I don't think it's going to matter. How many want to go back to it? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those that don't say nay? Nay. We're done. That was my mistake. Well, I re-clarified. Amended Resolution Number 169-0120-2023, authorizing a capital improvement project for purchase of digital subscribe unit radios for county departments to be funded by transfer of $2,725,000 from the Spirit Fund. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of Resolution 16901-2023, authorizing a capital improvement project to purchase of digital subscriber units identified as radios for county departments to be funded by a transfer of $2,725,000 from the Spirit Fund, with a friendly amendment to include the ARPA commission vote of 7-0.
And I got a second from Supervisor Gordon. Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am going to support this. I will always defend something like this as far as spending is concerned, where safety comes into play. I would never want to make or have a conversation that communications failed or dropped because our units were outdated. I would like to see this move forward as soon as possible because the prices are going up. Thank you.
Supervisor Flom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Captain Vandola and the Sheriff's Department for working with the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee, in addition to the ARPA Commission, for walking this through and getting this forward. This is something that needs to get done ASAP, or else we risk response times rising and equipment failures. So thank you for your time, and I hope everyone votes yes.
Supervisor Stura.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still kind of new to this, but may I offer an amendment to get the captain and sheriff the smartphone version?
I guess you can if that's what they want. I don't know if that's what they want, but does the captain want to come up and speak about that, please? You can come right up here, right up in front. Come right up in front, ma'am. Sure.
Okay.
Point of order, we didn't get a second on the amendment.
I'm just had her come up. I didn't ask for a vote. I just had her come up.
So I guess the comment for that would be, we didn't even consider budgeting for that because the price was so much more that we immediately discounted that and said that that wouldn't be really prudent for this project. We could certainly go revisit it, but I know the price point is much more, and maybe even double, to be honest. I'm not certain.
May I ask a question on?
You can still go ahead and make your motion. Was that a motion that you wanted to make?
Well, may I ask a question before I continue with the amendment?
Sure.
Okay. So would those be compatible with the other radios?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then what is the cost of those two?
The
You said-
ones, the higher level smartphone-ish ones. So the price of the radios are very similar to what is in the original proposal, except those units come with a subscription, like a monthly subscription, like your cell phone would have a monthly plan. So that would be the additional cost on those radios.
Would it be significantly beneficial for you to have those? And we're just talking like
Yeah.
you as captain and sheriff?
Right, so, I mean, just for two of them you're talking about, just to
Right.
buy two of them? I think it would be worthy of demoing them, and we would be all set for the next time we have to replace radios in a decade. We would have a really good foundation to add a couple extra in.
All right, thank you. So I'd like to go ahead with a motion for an amendment. for those 2 radios. Thank you.
Can I get a second? Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was at the ARPA Commission meeting, and there was another vendor who was interested in bidding on this project, I think is the proper way to call it. Can you assure us that all possible bidders would be included? Because this particular vendor was concerned about it.
This was actually a project that in 2008 was bid on. We had a $60,000 study done. There were very few people that were on the board when this happened, but that happened already in 2008. It's a 30-year system, so this system will go far into the future, but it is a Motorola system. And we have tried other radios on this system to include vendors that have spoke to many of the county board members. They did not work. And we could not make them work. The vendor has stated that they have progressed, the radios have gotten better, but I use the analogy that we went to Chevy Impalas when I was a patrolman and we tore out transmissions and front ends. We went back to the Fords, and there's a good reason why. Because we know it's a proven product. We have not had issues with the Motorola system or the Motorola radios. There is some cost savings, but some of the cost savings are a little bit less when you start to include the maintenance plan, which wasn't talked about by certain vendors. So no, it's not being bid out. We know what works, and we know this is a system that was designed by a specific vendor that was vetted in 2008.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question that's kind of more for, I would say, the finance director. So with Resolution 167 passing, is technically, I guess you could say the general fund is now considered to be the spirit fund. Is that correct?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Technically, the ARPA fund will become the spirit fund. So it's not the general, it's a spirit fund, which is a special revenue restricted fund with oversight by the ARPA Commission and the board.
Okay, so so in this particular, I guess my hang up here is that I've been pretty vocal about my just general opposition with ARPA and creation of the spirit fund, but I very much support this. I just want my hang up here is where how we're spending this, where the money is coming from, on whether it's coming from a general fund or the spirit fund. In this particular case, I thought with 167 passing, then that general fund is now kind of like a de facto spirit fund.
Well, it's passing 167 created a spirit fund, which is a special revenue fund. So this $2.7 million would be you voting to spend the money out of the spirit fund.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was absolutely remiss in thanking the sheriff and Captain Vandola for doing the homework on this. I think it was very well researched. Thank you.
I'm going to try here again and try and pass it by voice vote, but if it don't, then we'll go to, because we have to go 2/3 membership, but I'm going to try it by voice. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Passes. Amendment number 170-01-2023, authorizing transfer of $925,000 from the spirit fund to the general fund for the purpose of funding budget expenses in the facility department for purchase and installation of an emergency generator and other emergency preparedness needs at the Sunnyview Expo Center. Okay, Eric is on, so if there are any questions, Vice Chairman Farre.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of the amended resolution 170-01-2023.
Seconded by Supervisor Gordon. Supervisor Gabbard.
I brought this up before, and Mike will remember me saying this. At budget time, I'll say we put the 853 into facilities. So if this gets approved tonight, I'd like the money that we put into facilities at budget time, which I thought this project would be well on its way by now. I'd like that taken back out of facilities and put in the general fund, if we're gonna take this money from the Spirit Fund. Is that doable?
Well, I think the current resolution as amended would do that. It would replace the general fund budget with money from the Spirit Fund.
Okay.
So
'Cause
there
I-
would be two budgets.
Right,
It would just be
so
the
I
one
want it
amount.
to come from one entity and going to the other. That's fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I promise this is the last speech I have for tonight. It sounds like a good idea to have a generator at the expo, and I know I know that this came across our desks in November to have the expo center serve as an emergency shelter, but the fact is that we are not under any state laws to provide such a service. Wisconsin Statute 323.14 requires that all Wisconsin villages, cities, and towns adopt an emergency plan and designate an emergency manager. As a county, our priority should be to ensure that each of our villages, cities, and towns have a robust emergency plan and an experienced emergency manager in place to coordinate any emergency situation that arises. But it does not compel Winnebago County to provide emergency shelters. Furthermore, the Expo Center has a maximum capacity of 2,875 people. This is standing. With the use of beds, tables, and any emergency equipment, the capacity drops down to about 1,500 people. I spoke with Director Adam today from the Parks Department. This raises the question of who would be let into the emergency situation for the Expo Center and the logistics of transportation to get people into the Expo Center. With over 175,000 people in Winnebago County, it simply is not practical or feasible to rely on the Expo Center as an emergency shelter. We need to focus on supporting the emergency management, evacuation plans, and communication systems that our villages, cities, and towns have already put in place so we can better serve our population. Again, while it seems like a good idea to have a generator at the Expo Center to serve as an emergency shelter, it's not a practical solution for our county. We need to prioritize resources and focus on other methods of emergency management that can better serve our population. I cannot support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope to assuage a little bit Supervisor Dowling by saying that I have complete confidence in Director Rasmussen in being able to coordinate with all the municipalities. I do think that having the generator is more than just a shelter. It's a spot that he can work out of that we know will have power in an emergency. I just offer this for the board to consider in why I'm going to approve or vote in favor of this resolution. The best day of this county is to never have to use that generator. The worst day of this county will be the opportunity to have had it and not have voted for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for Director Rasmussen. Can you help me better understand what the $925,000 is for? When we first approved the budget, this item in the budget, it was $800,000, then it became $853, and now it's up to $925. So I just want to be really clear on what we're paying for.
Yes, absolutely. $853,000 when we worked together, myself, IT, facilities, and the Parks Department. $853,000 is what we came up with as a number for the generator, the electrical upgrades, the IT infrastructure upgrades, and the modification to the entryway. We did not have a chance to include the design and a little contingency money. Obviously, the supply market and the markets change a little bit, so having a little extra contingency funds. So that's the difference between where we were initially to where we are today.
Okay, minus the modification of the entryway, are the other things needed for the generator to work?
The electrical upgrades are needed. The electrical infrastructure in the building is past time of life, or expected time of life, and does need to be upgraded in order to facilitate the generator. The IT infrastructure, I believe that was about $12,000, would not need to be part of this for the generator. The facility is also identified in a lot of the department plans as our COOPCOG location, or the location that we would utilize to continue to provide services if we couldn't be in our physical offices. The current IT infrastructure wouldn't support that. That's why we're looking to do that all as part of this package.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could ask Ethan a couple of questions here. Do we have other emergency shelters throughout the county? I mean, things like the arena, the convention center, maybe the high school gyms in Omro and Winneconne. I'm just trying to, I mean, this is a broad thing for the county, but this would be like an HQ almost, correct?
Yes, and Eric's better to answer that question.
Okay.
He knows more of the plans from the other communities.
Okay, thank you.
Hear that question, Eric?
I don't know if you heard me or-
Eric, the question was, and we have used the arena, the arena's a good example. We used it in 2021 for the EAA evacuation during that big storm. Eric had a portion earlier that the problem is those sites in a significant storm like was in Iowa in 2020, when the grid goes out for several days, would not be sufficient because they don't have generator for long time use, more emergency lights in basic settings. So if the derecho were to hit somewhere in our county or even regionally, there is not generator capacity to have a shelter, a Red Cross shelter of this nature that we're proposing to have. He spoke about that earlier. Maybe that gave him enough time to hear the question. Oh, he's gone. So in short, yes, we can in short stints use other locations. In stints where derecho, the 2001 storm is a good example, I think. Something like 70 some hours, Parkview was out of power. That was the June 11th storm of 2001, which had a bunch of trees down in the Winneconne, and the flooding in 08, I think there was some power outage. So those, it'd be the long-term power outages that those facilities would not be useful for, that this would be a regional point for a shelter for extended period of time.
Oh, thank you. And so pretty much throughout history, it's typically been the county has tried to provide safe areas during emergencies.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Estero.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I had a question for Director Rasmussen. I don't know if he's still available or.
I think he's off already.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I wonder what the length of life might be for the generator?
Is Mike here?
Where did he go?
Maybe Mike Elder, if we can find him.
And-
He just stepped out.
And then the other thing I could just mention too is then I haven't heard that this is mobile. This is not a mobile unit, so wouldn't there be a need to have a unit that we would purchase be mobile in case one area gets obliterated for some reason, or, you know? So I had someone mention it to me yesterday, and I thought it was a very good point, so.
Eric's back on. That's possible, but the purpose of having this here, and when you have a situation in Menasha, for example, we're not going to house people where the emergency was. We have to be some away so that the emergency responders and other folks can work. So Eric, the question was, would it be better to have a mobile generator that can be moved to different units or to purchase this one, which is only useful at Sunnyview?
I think the way that I would answer that question, a generator, when we talk about running a facility like Sunnyview, or even some of our other buildings, I know CAB has one, the highway department, the buildings need to be modified for that. These generators aren't something that we would generally go pick up at Menards or a hardware store. These are generators that are designed specifically for these buildings and around the capacity that they need in order to support that. The odds that we would be able to just in time have one of these generators and run and hook it up somewhere is not very likely. I think I saw Mike Elder in the background. He'd be able to address that a little bit better. But being prepared and knowing what our options are is what's going to help us the best. In my 5 years in emergency management, as we walk through exercises and do our plans, Sunnyview comes up over and over and over based on the type of facility it is and its access. It is a very unique asset that we have in Winnebago County. And I feel like this project just helps improve us and prepare us even more. I don't know if I totally addressed that question or not, but if I didn't, I can
Yeah. go further. Yeah, I understand, we're not going to Menards and getting it. I've learned about mobile, generators that are very large that, are still mobile. So anyway, that was just a question. You have answered it. Thank you. The other question I had is the length of life for this generator.
I can probably answer that. We could be looking at between 20 and 50 years for it. Diesel engines are very durable. We have actually had emergency generators at different buildings that when we disposed of the buildings, we moved the generators to another building. So they last a long time. And one answer to your question about mobile generators, we did look into mobile generators. And one of the problems that we've got is that a generator the size that we need basically is the size of a semi-trailer. There's not that many of those in the state of Wisconsin. The people that own them like to have them in use. The last time I needed to get one like that, I had to wait 4 or 5 days because it was in Arizona. And they had to truck it from Arizona to Milwaukee. So the chances of having a mobile generator in an emergency, we would be competing with everybody else that's looking for one. So that's why we went towards having a fixed generator there that would be readily available when we need it without having to compete with everybody else that wants a mobile one.
Thank you, Director Elder and Rasmussen. Thank you.
Supervisor Cox.
Didn't we have this generator in the CIP plan at one point in time? And didn't that get a engineering and design issuance of about $80,000?
Correct. We went out for bid with that. We've gotten the bids back for the design work. We're reviewing the design process right now. So like right now, the project has been approved. What we are asking for is a different source of funding, using the ARPA funds rather than the general fund or a bond issue.
Then wouldn't we want to be paid back in the general fund, the $80,000, if we're going to do this all by ARPA?
I think that's what the plan is with these resolutions.
I'm just piggybacking off one of the other supervisors that asked why the price had seemed to go up.
If you would just refer to lines 47, 48 of the resolution, it clarifies that question for you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bender.
Just curious, Mike, would that generator look like something behind the sheriff's department? I know the sheriff's got two huge generators back there. They sit outside. Was that what we're looking at, something like that?
Actually, the generator for the jail is inside the jail.
Okay.
And it's about the size of a locomotive.
Is that what we'd be looking at for the expo then too?
I don't think it would be quite that large. But it would be located outside the expo.
Okay, I see no other lights on, and this here again will be 2/3 membership, but we'll try first by voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Nay. Carried. Ayes have it. Resolution number 17201-2023, authorizing transfer of $300,000 from the Spirit Fund to the General Fund for the purpose of funding budget expenses in Facility Department for Facility Condition Assessment Study. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for the approval of the amended resolution 17201-2023.
Seconded by Supervisor Haran. Supervisor Gabbard.
Again, this one will be treated the same way because back in November, we took bids on the facilities condition assessment. We're now in the end of March. Nothing's been done. But I see on the last lines of this resolution, $300,000 will be transferred from the Spirit Fund to the General Fund. So again, Mike, this is going to happen just like the other one that I asked about the generators, yes?
Yes, this would replace the budgeted general fund with money from the Spirit Fund. And
Okay.
I'm sure Director Elder could give a more specific update, but it's not true that nothing's happened. We have done the bids and selected winning bidder, so we're moving ahead.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, cool. Thank you.
Supervisor Flom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question for Director Elder. Director Elder, do you have any idea when this study may be completed by?
We are looking to have it done in 6 months. As Mr. Collard had stated, we did have, we went out for RFP. We got 10 firms to respond. We narrowed it down to 3. We interviewed those 3, and we narrowed it down to the best value contractor. We're in the process of issuing a contract right now. They're ready to go, and they're estimating it'd be about 6 months for them to complete from the date that the contract is executed.
Okay, and then one more follow-up question. When they assess a structure or building that is included in this study, are they going to make a blanket recommendation for what to do with the structure, give it a grade, or are they just going to recommend line by line, you may want to replace a boiler here, you may want to replace a roof here? How deep are we going into the sticks with this?
We're going pretty deep. It'll be roofs, it'll be boilers, it'll be air handlers, it'll be the building structure itself. There is a way that they will be able to rate all the different components. There's actually there's a standard out there for facility condition assessments that has 4 different levels. 1 is a broad paintbrush. Level 4 is an in-depth look, and we are asking them to do a level 4 investigation for us.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Hanson.
Yeah, Supervisor Flom just mentioned my concern and addressed. Just a question for Director Elder. $300,000 is a lot of money. Are you confident this covers exactly what you need?
Yes, we got the bids back, or proposals back, and actually the proposals ranged from about $170,000 to over $400,000. The firm that we selected is doing a complete facilities assessment. They're going to do an energy audit of our buildings, and it comes in underneath $300,000. And it's a fixed price type job.
Okay, not seeing any other lights. All those in favor of resolution number 17201-2023 signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Resolution number 20203-2023, appropriating funds in the amount of $3,030,300 for land and water conservation project administered by the Land and Water Conservation Department. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is with great pleasure that I introduce for approval Resolution 202-03-2023.
Motion is made and seconded. Supervisor Gabbard.
I was wondering, is Chad here by chance?
Yes, he is.
Yep. It was mentioned earlier in the evening, I think by Ethan, that your time for completion dates is past the 2024 date. Can you just kind of give us those dates that you think that these are going to run over that time frame?
Sure. So conservation takes a long time between designing, weather challenges, contractors, outreach and education with landowners. So the time frame we initially came up with was about a 10 to 15 year time frame. This time frame will be approved through committee, though. They're going to set a policy plan, and we'll talk more about the time frame, but that is the general time frame that I looked at for these funds.
And you must be elated that this might pass, because this is big. This is big for your department.
You have no idea. I mean,
Super big.
we manage a lot of little grants, scrapping for money, and there's a lot of administration behind those grants. And this would make our department so much more efficient and really work towards all the goals we have set in our conservation plan.
And
So it
again,
would
you
be
did a great
huge.
presentation, so
Thank you.
I'm hoping this all works for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you. Same question that I had for Director Elder. With, again, $3 million is a lot of money. You are confident that this takes care of what you need? That's really all the assurance I need.
Well, it's going to be a great start, and it's not going to take care of everything, but it's going to really work towards the goals set in our plans. And the beautiful thing with these funds is it can leverage other grant money as well. So it's going to kickstart things, and it's going to keep us very, very busy, but then we can use this as an in-kind match if we see additional work that needs to be done in the county. That goes a long ways in getting grants secured through the department. So,
Thank you. With that caveat, I look forward to voting in favor. Thank you.
Supervisor Zelmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge all supervisors to approve this. This is for the good of our resources that we have in our county. It's so very important, folks, that we fight the good fight against pollutants and other man-made things that come about our way. This will, like Chad said, this isn't going to end it, but this is a good start, so please vote for it. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, I'd just like to concur. I signed up for the Land Conservation Committee not quite knowing what I was getting into. I've been very impressed with Director Chad's leadership in this. When I figured out it helps clean up the lakes and the waters, and learned a little bit more than I even need to know about cover crops, but I likewise strongly encourage the passage of this resolution.
Okay, not seeing any other lights. Here again, this requires a 2/3 by membership, but with everything that's been talked about, the great presentation, everything, I'm going to try it by voice vote. So all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried.
thank you.
Resolution number 203-03-2023, appropriating funds in the amount of $145,000 from each municipality or town primarily located within Winnebago County. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of Resolution 203-03-2023.
Motion is made and seconded. Vice Chairman, Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to move to amend Resolution 203-03-2023 to allocate $3,045,000 to the 21 Winnebago County municipalities according to population based on 2020 census data. The allocation would be as follows. The clerk has the information, and we all had the information on a sheet on our desk. To save time, I won't read every, if you want me, I could, it's up to you.
Don't hear a second. So that fails. Supervisor Gabbard.
I know I'm talking a lot tonight, but I am a longtime resident of the town of Oshkosh. I represent part of the city. I think this is a fair thing to divvy up the 145 to each municipality, not based on land, population. You have a lot of taxpayers out in the towns. We have 2 villages. Now we have 5 cities, I believe, maybe 4. And we are ecstatic that you have thought enough about these taxpayers out in the rural areas, and you haven't forgotten about us. And as you could see tonight, we had some town chairmen here. I really appreciate them coming and speaking their piece. $145,000 to our town is a big deal. We're buying a new fire truck. We're trying to improve our roads. Yes, we already have some ARPA money, but this is like a gift we wouldn't have expected to have. So I really hope you all approve this because it is much appreciated. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the representatives that came to speak in favor of this. I'm echoing Supervisor Gabbard. I will admit the very first thing when I saw this resolution, District 26, my district, is Fox Crossing. I reached out to Fox Crossing and I said, what would you use this money for? I am absolutely satisfied with their answer, and so I will support this.
Supervisor Flom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do also want to thank the members of the town and village boards that came out here tonight to support this resolution. A lot of the times when urgent fundraising or urgent funding request comes up, a lot of these municipalities have to go to fundraising, for example, for a new fire truck or whatnot. And so the city of Oshkosh got about independently $20 million in ARPA. The city of Neenah got $5.5 million. These towns are not listed on the Treasury Department sheet, and it's important that we don't forget about them. They are on the front lines when services have to go to regionalization, expensive outsourcing, or contracts with us. And so I think it's important that we don't forget about them, and I want to thank them for coming today.
Supervisor Bender.
I too will support this, and I hope the towns uses some of that money for radios. We just passed $2.8 million for the county radios, and now every town has $145,000 to upgrade their fire departments. So they should really look at what they want to do before they spend that money. If they want new radios for the fire departments, they have the opportunity now to purchase them. They probably can get on a contract with the county before it gets submitted. So I would urge them to use that money to basically upgrade their radios. They shouldn't be sending firefighters into a burning building with a radio that we just said tonight is defective. We don't want to use them past 10 years. So I don't know why any town wouldn't take that money and use it to buy the equipment to send their firefighters in so they're safe and come home to their families.
Supervisor Estero.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in response to Supervisor Bender, I understand Chief Harbison is working with ARPA right now on the $1.9 million request for all fire departments, or the 13 municipalities on that. I don't know where that's at right now, but I guess I don't know if I can direct my question to Vice Chair Fari, but I'm very thankful for the 145. I hope it passes, but I'm just wondering, was there any consideration to even more with the idea that the more you spread this money out to the, local governments, the better it's going to be used? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think my response will be, first of all, we need to look at the other funding issues that are before the commission. I think it might get to a point where there might be additional funds that would be available, but right now that's premature to predict. So obviously, if we can get more money to the municipalities, that would be great, but I think the other requests for funding we need to address first. Thank you.
You must also remember originally it was going to be like 130-some thousand. You're going up to 145 just within. So they were working for you. Not seeing any other lights, I'm gonna try voice again. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Passes unanimous. Okay, ordinance number 20403-2023, amend section 11.11 of General Code of Winnebago County, amend Appendix A, Winnebago County Public Health Department, permit fee schedules. Supervisor Youngquist,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of ordinance 20403-2023.
motion made and seconded. Supervisor Norton.
Oh, I just seconded.
Oh, okay. Not seeing other lights, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Resolution number 20503-2023, authorizing acceptance of a $100,000 grant from NEW Mental Health Connection to cover the cost of a suicide prevention coordinator. Supervisor Youngquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval for resolution number 20503-2023.
Second. Motion made and seconded. Not seeing any other lights. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Resolution number 20603-2023, adopting revision to the Winnebago County compensation schedule for 2023. Supervisor Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve the resolution adopting adopting revisions to the Winnebago County's compensation schedule for 2023.
And that is seconded by Supervisor Nussbaum.
I further would like to adopt an amended 206-03-2023 adopted revisions to the Winnebago County compensation schedule for 2023. And that should be on your desk as an amended, identical to
And then I'm also going to second Supervisor Nussbaum. Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a clarification question with this amended resolution. I have heard from constituents about the pay grade on one of the employees, and I have read the concerns and the rebuttal from the county executive.
Push your button.
If this passes, are we still able to amend what the concerns are, or does that mean it stops here?
No, if the board passes this amendment, then if the board wishes to propose other amendments, that would be in order. So you could pass this package amendment and then make further motions to amend if you want to address a particular graded position.
Would they amend it before they pass this, so correct?
Yeah, you can, if you pass the substitute amendment, as Director Collard said, you can make an amendment to the substitute amendment, and it's a majority.
Well, if the substitute amendment passes, that becomes the new resolution, and then
Right.
you can make motions to amend or treat it however you wish.
You can tweak it.
Yeah.
Can I just clarify, if I'm not necessarily talking about a certain position, please explain for me, unfortunately, how that works. If this passes, we then do another amendment?
Yes, you would, this substitute amendment that Supervisor Cox brought forward would be voted on, and then you can move to make amendments to the substitute amendment and attachments to it, if the board so chose.
Thank you.
So right now, we're just on the amendment that Supervisor Cox just brought forward. The substitute amendment, correct. This- So is there any other discussion on the substitute amendment that was just brought forward? Just on that, that's all we're talking about. Supervisor Powers?
I think my question was answered. Thank you. Sorry.
You didn't want to be on now, did you? Supervisor Challenger?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure who would be the most appropriate person, maybe the Director of Administration or HR Director, but I think the question I have is this looks really nice. Years 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm sorry, I can't hear him. Oh.
His light went out, okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So my question is, like, I think years 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, folks move through at a pretty good clip. And then the next 8 years or so, or subsequent years, it kind of slows down. And I'm wondering if somebody could speak a little bit to, does that create a cliff or a compression? I'm not sure the right word, but does that create some incentive at 5 years for folks to start looking elsewhere because their rate of increases is set to drop off after, kind of at a point where they've probably become pretty good at their job, and we want to make sure to retain those people at 5 years.
Great question. Remember that those numbers are strictly for the reslotting formula, so they're not necessarily indicative of how employees would be expected to move through the range in the future. That's part of what the next step about amending our current merit pay policy, bringing in a cost of living adjustment. One of the reasons why we wanted to do 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is, again, one of the major issues we're trying to resolve is that in-range compression. And without adjusting employees who have been here 1, 2, and then 4 years, the example, we'll have people who have been here 2.5 years go to the new minimum, and now we hire someone brand new who will be making the same as someone at 2.5 years. And really, that was a result of feedback that we had from our informational meetings with employees, a concern that we think this is very responsive to.
I can add a little bit to that. I just say it's important to remember what the control point is. The control point is what the consultant has determined to be the average market rate for a similar position, for the same position. So once you get, the most important thing is to get people up to that control point by the time they're experienced and good at their jobs. So that's very important, but it is also important to keep moving people ahead, but it's not going to happen quite as quickly, because if you think about, how employees learn and grow in their jobs, you grow the most and learn the most in the 6 months on your job. I learned more about county government in 1 year in Adams County in 1998 than I've probably learned since, even though I've learned a lot since. So it makes sense for it to tail off gradually, and we don't want to hit a cliff, because what has happened in many traditional pay systems in local government is you go up, there's a 4% step every year, but only for 5 years, and then boom, you're at the maximum. Right? So we've designed our system intentionally to have actually a wide spread between the minimum and maximum, but to enable people to move through it, but the rate at which they move through should slow down, otherwise they're going to hit that cliff at the end. We want them always to have some further incentive to advance themselves further. There's going to be a merit component that's going to be more important after the control point, and so forth. So I think this makes sense. It's a gradual process, and as Director Habeck said, this is the slotting. We want to make sure that if someone's been here 17 years, they're not stuck still below the control point, and we have people currently like that. So we're moving those people ahead to what could be considered the resolution calls it a target rate. In employee meetings, we've been talking about it as a floor. It doesn't mean that's all they're going to get paid. It means if you're here 17 years, you ought to get paid at least, I forgot what the rate is offhand, at least so much % above the control point. So that's the purpose of that. If you're here 17 years, this would provide, you should be at least 14% above that average market rate, which is the control point. That's enough so that you're probably not going to be able to move to another county or another city and find a job based solely on the base wage. There may be other factors, there always are, but that puts us at least competitive, I think, in competitive stead when it turns to employee retention, which is something, frankly, we have not had. We've been non-competitive in that regard for, fair to say, at least 20 years.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Supervisor Cox.
For the few years that I've been here, we've had a problem with the low end of all the departments experiencing a hiring or a retention problem. And though we had this ongoing, we also had incentive programs that were, spawned occasionally. Parkview, the highway, the DHS. These incentive programs tried to change the lowest rate and give, incentives to people that were working different shifts. You have now, by your control point, and moved the control point farther and farther forward as people grow in their jobs, have given them motivation and given them an incentive to continue to work at their job or get better and move on to a new job. So I think in a way, it builds the motivation and the morale of the individuals, each one of the employees, and it kind of makes the whole puzzle fit together. Although once you get everybody plugged in and slotted, you're going to lose that strip that they put up with the control points, and you're not going to have that definition out there except for what's in each grade.
Yes, exactly, and that's why we do plan to come back to the board this summer, we expect, with further proposals that will address the merit pay system to really make sure that it does provide enough incentive to keep moving people through the pay range for their grade, so that we don't have to use these floors. The floors will be inherent in the system in that if an employee is performing well, the movement forward along that pattern ought to be automatic. And I would like to say, and I appreciate Supervisor Cox's points, that hiring is an issue. Retention is perhaps an even bigger issue, but even the hiring issue is expected to be positively impacted by the slotting. We're putting a lot of money into the slotting, but what that does is it creates a little bit of pay gap between employees of different levels of experience, so that if we get an experienced employee who wants to apply, currently now, we can't jump an experienced outside candidate and offer that person more money than an experienced inside candidate. And too many of our experienced people are too low in the range, so we can't offer meaningful incentives to hire experienced people. We've addressed that in some certain areas, such as Parkview and the Sheriff's Office, by making pay adjustments to some of the experienced employees on a piece-by-piece basis. We don't want to keep doing that on a piece-by-piece basis. This will set us up well in the future across the board to do that when it's appropriate.
Supervisor Gabbard.
Maybe this question is for Mark. If not, it's for Mike. But so you talked about a 12/31/23 date. How soon, if this passes, how soon will employees see pay increases? Are we not going to do it this year, or are we going to do it this year?
No, pay increases, if this passes, would go into effect with their next pay period.
Wow.
It's just that we would use in essence, their anniversary date whenever it falls in this calendar year.
Okay.
And part of the reason was when this passes or, when this would happen, we'll have some employees that will, let's say, have just made it because maybe their anniversary date was yesterday. And we might have someone who would just miss it. And again, trying to, number one, do this objectively and fairly, count everyone's 2023 date. And the other reason is that we could have someone who's here basically 9 months. At the end of the year, they'll have been here a year and a half, and if they're at the minimum, we're hiring someone new at the minimum, and that person at a year and a half, there's no separation there. So to answer your question, pay raises will go into effect with their next full pay period where all of these dates would be after this is passed.
Okay, and also the question I have is, we had 2 million in a contingency fund with our budget. That's not gonna cover it, is it?
I can address that, I think, best part, perhaps. Yeah, I've done a lot of costing. So the 2 million, so the plan under the amendment that's on the table now, including that plan makes it a richer plan. It makes it a more expensive plan. There's no denying that. The total annual pay increase that would be called for by this plan is close to 2.9 million, not just 2. Now, how does that square with the 2 million we have set aside in the budget, in the contingency fund? There's a salary contingency fund. Well, first of all, it won't be put into effect for the full year. So the 2 million will take us farther than you might think. But we really only need 3/4 of the wages, or a little less than that, to be spent in 2023. So that gets us down to 2.1 million something. However, there are some other expenses, some benefits that vary according to pay, particularly FICA. They have to pay the Social Security, the employer share, and we have to pay the employer share of the Wisconsin retirement payments. So that brings up the total 2023 cost. And I use 3/4. It'll be a little less than that, so this is kind of a pessimistic figure, at about 2.5 million. So we're about 500,000 over the budget, if you consider the 2 million salary contingency fund to be the budget, and that will be parceled out to departments. So the way I think this will still work is I've run the numbers, looked at where departments are in their labor spending now, and in many departments, especially the larger ones, we've already given them kind of a deduction in their budget to account for the fact that they're going to have some openings, some vacancies throughout the year, so they don't normally spend all their money. If you're a small department, you might. A big department, almost certainly not. To some extent, we've taken that into account in the budget, but we always have some money dropping to the general fund anyway, or to the various fund balances anyway. So what we plan to do is wait until near the end of 2023, then look at exactly how much departments have spent for labor, and parcel out that 2 million to the departments that need it. And I think there's a strong probability that the 2 million will be enough. So that we won't need to come back and ask for extra money. If we do need to come back and ask for extra money, that's what we'll do. But we'll do that toward the end of the year when it's a much clearer picture. But we have been, experiencing vacancies in positions. I think Director Habeck said we had something like 100 positions vacant currently. It's looking slightly better the last couple of months, perhaps, but still, I think we will have a significant amount of budget room because of vacancies above what we've accounted for in the budget.
Parkview's got a lot of vacancies, so right off the get-go, there's a situation that might help this. And then if we move those 2 other items out of facilities or from the Spirit Fund that we just approved tonight, the generators and the building contract that we're gonna, there's 1.3 that is gonna go back in the general fund, so I was just asking how soon the employees could expect something, so you're saying soon.
Yes,
Next-
it'll hit paychecks in April if this is approved tonight.
So you've got a lot of legwork to do to get that going.
Absolutely.
Boy, does he.
And you've done a lot of legwork to get this going. So that answers my questions. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You answered one of my questions with Maria and Gabbard. The second question, I thought the consultant said that there'd be like 2 points when people could be eligible for pay increase. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought he said in January and then in July. Is that still in effect or no? Or let me ask that first question.
She did talk about that, and she was talking about 2 distinct raises, a cost of living adjustment and a merit increase. Right now, we're only doing the merit increase. This resolution does not change that. That's why we'll have a further resolution coming this summer to address the merit pay system itself.
Well, you answered my last observation and question, and I know my colleague talked about, I'm very much concerned and curious about the benefits package and merit pay and cost of living, which I know none of the supervisors are. And I'm a little patient, I'll be patient, but come July, maybe we'll see some, because I think we have to start getting to move on these, because I think benefits is another issue other than pay that employees are concerned about. That's my concerns.
And absolutely, and that'll be part of what we're calling the next steps. This is really that starting point, but thank you.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a county employee who called me last week. I believe she said she was working, has been employed about 27 or 28 years. She's sitting at grade C to bump up, hasn't bumped up to D. But she said to me, I would have to work until I am 79 years old to reach the top of my grade level. Is there anyone, we've expanded these levels, and you know it's really good at the D end, but is anybody actually making that money, has hit the D grade and actually bringing in that money, or is that pie in the sky that you're going to get if you work until you're 79 years old?
A couple of things. First of all, we do have employees who are in range D, in the upper range, but the years she's referring to are on the reslotting. That's, you know, based on your number of years, we're going to reslot you within the grade. One of the things we explained at the employee meetings is those numbers, again, are solely for reslotting. And what I mean by that is one of the next steps when we come back and talk about cost of living adjustments, changes to merit pay, we need to have a plan that provides meaningful movement to employees so that they can move throughout the range. So we're not saying an employee has to work another 29 years to get to the top. If she's got 29 years experience, she'll be reslotted according to the formula, and she would be in range D. So in the future, next steps, we want to provide that mechanism so employees can actually have movement and not be stuck like they are now.
When is this next step?
That's what we're talking about coming in June or July this summer.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of things have changed since the original presentation. I'm happy, pleased that the county's minimum wage has been increased, although I think it's still going to be a challenge to hire people in this environment. When I go to the county's website and look at the jobs that are posted there and their descriptions and the hiring range and the years of experience that are being requested, I think it's going to be very challenging. There was a lot of talk about in-range compression issues on the low end, and you seem to have found a way to address those, although going back to what Supervisor Skellinger said, the data suggests that there's little motivation to stay beyond that 6 to 7 year point for employees. Once they reach midpoint, the increases go static. They stay like 2%, 2%, 2% every year. And it seems to me that it's at that point that we would really, really want to work on retention for our employees so that we're not constantly in a training mode. and with new employees. Because once they reach their midpoint, that's about the time folks get the 7-year itch and start looking for a different job. So can you talk a little bit more about that?
Sure. First of all, I agree wholeheartedly with what you just said. And again, one of the examples I shared in all the employee meetings, and I think I shared it on March 7th, was we have a 19-year employee who's just barely above the control point right now. Number one, that's the type of compression issue that this will solve. And to your question about how do we make it so that in the future, one, we don't have compression or don't have as much compression, and how do we move employees through the range so that they have a career path, they have a motivation, they want to stay an employee for the county. Number one, it comes back to changes that we're going to bring this summer. I sound like a broken record, but you know, we want to address, if we address that, if we call it a cost of living or a schedule adjustment, that's going to really help us prevent in-range compression in the future. But then we also have to fix how we're doing the merit increases, because right now, exactly what you're saying, the raises we're having are not providing the type of movement throughout the range. So that's part of that next step that we need to fix. And then as well, the consultant had talked about benefits. And benefits, you know, what we do with time off, what we do with certain pay rules, what we do with certain incentives to pay, those are all next steps. And we're hoping to have a comprehensive package that addresses all of those things as quickly as possible, because it's not just about hiring people, it's about keeping the people that we have and recognizing, you know, in some cases, the many decades of excellent service they've provided. And it's just as important to keep our employees as it is to find new ones.
And I think when you address the 19-year employee who is barely to control point, I think you said?
Correct.
That is addressing a current situation with a current employee, and this plan does that, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I'm not sure how it's going to play out in the future as employees move through their years of service, especially after they reach their control point. That's my concern. But we'll see. And we'll look forward to the rest of the plan. And I think the big question at the end of the day is, how do we fund it going forward?
That is the question.
Our employees deserve to be paid, and they deserve to be paid fairly. And the big question will be funding it.
I agree.
Supervisor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I commend you guys for doing this. It's unbelievable the work you put in to get this done. And I think what's great about it is that you did have these meetings, which I sat in a couple, and you listened to the employees, and you took care of 4 or 5 of their issues, which is great, because that's important. What gets me, and I'm all for this 100%, it just, as a new supervisor, you know, I kind of worried what happened the last 10 or 20 years, because I just, you know, 2005, Dr. Topol said that was the last time you got some kind of an incentive. Then 2016, you do a study, and they tell you almost the same thing we're seeing now, but worse now than it was before. And at that time, if I remember right, they did a merit program, but they turned down the cost of living. I'm excited that we're doing something. And a lot of times when I talk to my constituents or people that work here, they said, the board is just going to sweep this under. They're not going to do anything. They're just going to listen to it and not do it. I'm glad to say that we're doing something. We need to do something. The pandemic hurt a lot of people. Our employees just as bad. And I think from what I talked to, a lot of them worked a long time, and they took an opportunity, a next position, knowing they weren't going to get paid, knowing they were going to get 3 or 4 more jobs than they wanted. They're over pushed, you know. And they see a new person come in, and you got to fight for that person. I understand that. But the thing is, they're sticking with us, and that's important. You know, we did lose some people for whatever reason, but the good ones that have been here for a while have been kind of sticking with us, and that's important. And what I'm hearing from them is that they're glad to see that we're making an opportunity. We're trying to do something. Will it fix it all? Probably not. And will it be more money? It will be. But we put $2 million for this purpose. It shouldn't be something we should be playing tennis with. We should be doing something with it and get it going so they get it in April. And I commend you for doing that. But, and again, these people are important. Pandemic was important to them. It hurt them. But the thing that's really cool about the whole thing is when I talk to a lot of people, you know, they want to recommend people to come to work for us. But they think that they weren't treated great. So when a person asks, they tell them, no, don't come here. Wouldn't it be nice to have those people say, hey, they really are trying to do something, and they are doing something, come to work for us. You know, that could solve a lot of our problems right there. And I appreciate what you did, and I'm 100% for this. Don't need to do any diggling around. We need to get it done. Thank you.
Supervisor Ponzer.
Yes, I kind of talked to you the other day. I'm going to corner you again.
Sure.
When is that cost of living going to be applied to these people? And is it going to be an annual thing? I didn't get to ask you that.
Cost of living is the second major issue identified in the study.
Yeah.
We plan on bringing, in June or July, changes to the merit pay system, which I use the term merit pay system because that's the policy we have right now where the cost of living was taken out of. So we'll be bringing back a plan that puts that cost of living adjustment in. I expect that that cost of living adjustment will probably go into effect, say, January 1st of 2024. We still have to work out some of those details, but we'll be working on county budgets, departmental budgets here in June. That's part of the impetus to get this moving and keep the momentum that we have.
But you are going to do the cost of living, and if you're going to do it annually, that's going to come up in the future?
Absolutely.
Before
in
that?
Summer, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this the point of time when we've been discussing the executive assistants, the assistant executives' pay increase, or is this later?
No, you're still on that amendment we're talking about.
Okay, great, thank you.
Not seeing anything else. There's a motion made and seconded for an amendment that Supervisor Cox brought in. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer an additional amendment to the resolution just passed. I will move to amend the position of executive to the county, assistant to the county executive, from position or grade 71 to grade 70.
We have a motion made and seconded. Seconded by Dolan.
Is that a majority? Okay, and it was.
Any discussion? Supervisor Hanson.
Yes, I absolutely in favor of discussing this. I would like to make a motion to suspend until Executive Damel and Ethan might stand before us to bring their position. I don't think it would be fair to not include them on this.
I'm going to ask, and I agree with you, but I'm going to ask Mr. Collard here what he thinks of that, because I think there has been discussion already on this, so.
Well, and I know the county executive wrote a letter to you addressing that point, and I think that letter contained his views on it, his position, his argument really about why it should be where it is. I guess that's all I have to say. I think he has expressed his views in that letter, and I'm not sure what else he'd say at this point. I'm pretty sure that Mr. Hollenberger wouldn't want to address the board about it directly. He'd prefer to stay out of it. And Executive Damel has his views certainly, which are in favor of keeping it in grade 71, but it's certainly the board's decision to make.
Okay, otherwise I was going to say if you want to make a motion, I'll ask for a second, okay? Supervisor Powers?
Okay, so this is the time to talk about that position?
Yes, you heard the amendment, or the, put on by the floor, yes.
Okay. I would agree that the county executive has the right to hire whomever he wants to be his chief of staff or assistant or whatever, but this pay bump is outrageous. I didn't receive a single letter or a single phone call from constituents or people who were residents of Winnebago County who were not my constituents, who were in favor of this, not one. Comments made was, you know, this man functions as a political operative whose manifestation, or whose main function rather, is to work to reelect the county executive. If the executive wants a campaign manager, he needs to hire that, but with his own funds or through a PAC, but not expect taxpayers to pay for this, and I quote, I'm sorry, a crass, blowhard spin doctor. This is a quote from letters I've received. In addition, there were letters threatening to vote against any supervisor who voted for this and to vote against the county executive at the next election. And I'll say that when faced with what I perceive as impacting the health and safety of Winnebago County citizens, I'll risk losing an election and vote. However, I will not risk losing an election for this position. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for everybody's awareness, I've made my thoughts about the amendment known to administration, so they are aware of it. This is not a surprise. I don't think I'll say what their position was, but I think this is doable and probably being considered as something that was going to happen. So just so you're aware.
Supervisor Gabbard.
I was just going to ask Supervisor Fari why you brought this forward.
Pardon me, say again?
Why did you bring this this amendment forward?
Okay, if you recall, when they first brought the resolution and all the explanation, in fact, I believe I was quoted in the Oshkosh Herald that I didn't feel grade 71 was compatible with the wages, more than compatible with the wages with the county exec. And I made the comment, well, if you're going to make that much money, you might as well be the county exec. So I am looking for that separation. This will reduce the salary by about $13,000. So that's why I'm making the amendment.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I will absolutely agree that someone that is qualified and and has a position should be fairly compensated. I am going to take at face value what Mr. Damel said at the podium when this was discussed, that even Ethan would agree that this might be something that should be reduced. So because he said that, I think I'm going to vote in favor.
Supervisor Norton.
Thank you. A couple questions. If I or anyone wanted to move to suspend this, would this jeopardize any of this resolution or package as presented, Mr. Collard? That's my first question.
Well, I think the decision on the grade for that particular position wouldn't jeopardize the plan as a whole, as long as the resolution passes and the plan goes into effect.
My second question is, the job description that you all emailed to us, is that approved by the board or by Human Resources, and can that be changed in the future? Because that concerns me a little bit, the job description. Because in my feeling, the job description was tailored for the person and not for the position.
Well, the basic answer to your question is no, job descriptions are not approved by the board, and they can be changed with approval of the Director of Human Resources. That's long been county policy. And I don't know that job description was tailored to that individual. I would say it was more tailored to the duties that the county executive has asked that individual to perform.
So was there any checking on what other administrative assistants on other counties? I mean, the one reason I would postpone this is to check on what other administrative assistants, A, get paid, and B, what are their qualifications. I mean, Brown County, Dane County, Milwaukee County, they have administrative assistants. Did we check into what their qualifications are and what their pay is?
Well, we definitely checked what their pay was, and their average pay would be, above the pay for that position as proposed in grade 71.
But we didn't check on what their qualifications are. I mean, requiring them to have a college degree or a master's degree or anything like that. We didn't check on that, correct?
I'm thinking there, I don't think I know we looked at some job descriptions.
Okay.
I know we looked at some job descriptions.
Supervisor Eisen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have always been supportive of the county executive from the beginning of the time that he was elected to the time he introduced his to be assistant to the P&F committee way back when. Is 82,000 or 94,000 the correct salary for the position? Is the consultant on the line?
They're looking. Yes, just hold on there, good now.
Let's address the question to the consultant, hear what she has to say, and then I have an additional comment. Thank you.
Sure, and I'm trying to remember, when we look at positions, what we do look at is, we try to look at beyond the job title, because sometimes job titles don't tell us much at all. And so we do look at job descriptions to see the types of requirements, skills, education that's necessary for the position so that we are aligning correct positions to correct positions. And off the top of my head, I'm just trying to remember, did we include the county administrator in the study? I know we included the position that everybody's discussing, and I'm trying to quickly do a sort here, because no offense, I don't remember. And of course, nothing will work when you want it to. I believe we did not look at the county administrator.
Victoria, Mike Collard here. If you're talking about the county executive, we did not include that in what we asked you to look at. We have obviously an executive rather than an administrator, but no, we didn't ask.
Right, exactly. I'm sorry, I was using the wrong description. But yes, it depends upon whether or not we're asked to look at that in a study. And so sometimes the county administrative, executive director, city manager, whatever the top position is, may or may not be included in the study. So we did not look at that specific position.
Did you hear that, Mr. Eisen?
Not completely. She didn't address that question, but that's okay. What I have to say is this, and I have said this before. Wisconsin Statute 59.17 is geared to counties, to the county executive. Wisconsin Statute 59.17, parent 3, administrative secretaries to the county executive staff. The county executive may appoint administrative secretaries using hiring procedures which shall be exempt from county civil service competitive examination procedures and such additional staff assistance as the board provides. I read in this state statute for counties, for county executives, for administrative secretaries to the county executive, that his hire of his assistant need not, in my opinion, be consistent with the hiring and the schedules for other county employees. He's an exempt employee He can, serves at the pleasure of the county executive. And in point of fact, I have said time and again that this man is providing a pathway for the county executive to get through the gobbledygook of government. He's leading the county executive. He's writing his papers. He's writing his speeches. He's doing the work of the county executive because the county executive is a businessman. He was elected by the people. He needs the support. He was not given the support by the P&F committee back in the day. I was there. I spoke to the question, and I speak to it today. I have no problem categorizing the assistant in category 71 because he was hired by the county executive. He's needed by the county executive, and today he's demonstrated that he can communicate with the county board and step in when the county executive has stepped out.
Supervisor Cox.
We gave John Damel an opportunity when he first came aboard and the P&F meetings to describe Mr. Hallberger's description and describe what he's going to be doing by contrast to what John Fink was doing. There were an awful lot of discussions there, and some weren't all that great. But Ethan assumed the position, so to speak, and started working and has grown in his job. I think when you take a look at the people around the entire community of directors, of personnel, of finance, they all grow in their jobs just as needed. I don't think that Ethan has outgrown his job to the point where he should be, $40,000 above where he started. And that's basically why I would move him down a grade and allow him to continue to grow in his job. I think he gets a pretty good boost going to, what is it, 70, grade 70? That is a pretty good boost. Figure that one out, Mike.
Yes, I have, thank you. In grade 70, the increase would be $15,580. If it remains where it is currently in grade 28, it would be $28,504. So there's no $40,000 increase. It would not actually be the highest increase in the county under the current resolution, but it'd be $28,000, which is certainly sizable.
From where he was, 28.
From where he is today to where he'd
70,
be.
to 71, the difference between the grades, the starting grades.
I'm talking about the difference in his actual pay, not the difference between the starting grade, or the minimum of the grade. The difference in his actual pay would be $28,504 $504, which is a 40.41% increase. With the change to grade 70, if that's the board's will, it would be an increase of $15,580 to his actual salary, which is a 22.09% increase.
Supervisor Albrecht.
Winnebago County some years back chose to have a county executive. I just wanted to correct our consultant. We did not choose to have the administrative form of government. She made it sound like we also could have chose the administrative. We chose not to have the administrative form of government. I'm not talking for or against, I'm correcting her.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I know how I'm going to vote, but I hear earnestly what Supervisor Eisen has said and what Supervisor Powers have said, the community feedback. A question for Corporation Counsel. When would it be appropriate to suspend this too? Because I am not for indefinite suspensions. I would like a date. Because even though I hear Mr. Collard saying refer to the letter, I really think it is only fair. I am uncomfortable voting without input from the executive.
You do not need to indefinitely postpone. You could postpone to a certain date if the board so chose.
May I ask advice on what would be an appropriate date that I could make a motion?
I don't want to.
I know you can't do that.
I cannot put words, but I can tell you, you have, I don't think there's a special orders meeting, as far as I know, as of in April, so the next one would be April 18th?
April 18th, you said?
No, that would not jeopardize this resolution. Excuse me?
Well,
No. Well, actually, I defer to
well,
Director.
that's the problem. We're trying to think our way through this. If I don't know how you postpone an amendment, but still pass the.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Supervisor Eisen.
why can't we just eliminate the decision on the county executive's assistant until the next meeting that the executive is here, and vote on the others so we can move this county forward?
That's what I'm proposing.
That's what they're trying to do, Supervisor Eisen. They're trying to
That's
figure
what I'm
out
trying
what
to
the
do.
appropriate date is.
So is it April 18th? I don't have the calendar in front of me. May I motion to postpone this particular discussion until that date?
I would just, again, I don't know, as Supervisor Dowling just referenced, is that affecting finances for the rest of?
Well, that's the problem. If we're postponing the whole resolution, that will affect people. That will affect 900 employees, or at least 750 employees. So we need to find a way. I think, if I understand your will, it would be to pass the resolution,
Right.
so we can put it into effect, except with regard to that one, the grade of that one position.
Well, I apologize. I thought the motion was only right now on Supervisor Faris. I thought that was only the amendment, not the entire thing. Am I misunderstanding?
No, the amendment to the resolution passed. The resolution itself is not passed. So this is the second motion to amend the resolution. So I think what we're searching for is a way to pass the resolution or some version of it, but bring back the issue of the grade for that one particular position. I mean, I think the way to do that, frankly, if I may suggest one, would be to pass the resolution in whichever form, but then have another resolution come back to change the grade of that position next meeting.
Okay, all right, with that, then I call the question on Supervisor Faris' amendment.
It's fine.
Okay, the question has been called. We got to vote here first. Right.
a no, right? That's what we're doing.
Just hold on. Just the amendment.
We're calling the question on,
That's what I want.
He called the question.
Just bear with me.
Checking to make sure it's all done right, so we don't screw everything up. He's looking to make sure everything's right, and all the wording and all that.
Call the question is a two-thirds. Call the question is a two-thirds.
So have you got a second on it?
it was, hold on,
How's you got it?
Hanson, somebody said.
I guess I would like to hear what the corporation counsel is.
Right, that's what you, yep.
Got a second
You got a second?
to call the question.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. So I heard someone say, call the question. That means the debate is ended at that point,
Right.
and then you call the question. That requires a two-thirds vote. So that's what has to be taken up. I know you moved to,
Supervisor Farley's amendment.
Right.
yes, 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 yeah. Right, you do first call the question, which you need two-thirds, and then you vote on Supervisor Farley's amendment, which requires a majority.
So we'll do it by machine. So if you're in favor, question on Supervisor Fari's amendment,
This is a call the question.
this is calling the question, I'm sorry, calling the question on it. So if you're in favor of calling the question, vote A. If you're against it, vote nay. Supervisor Nichols.
Our screen says that we're voting on resolution 206, so just want to make sure we're not messing anything up there.
Down on the bottom, which is 206. I see where she means, right on the bottom.
Mine's at the top, but.
No.
Okay, I've seen call the question on mine.
Okay. Okay. So
I
she's
can
got
try
call the
and go
question
back.
on it, so.
Hold on. Now you see call the question? Yeah. Thank you. You can't vote. Now you can vote.
So now if you're in favor of calling the question, push A. If you're not, push nay.
I'll be voice vote.
Yes, Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just, I can't get to the,
I have,
just hold on, I'll get it on here. We gotta,
have we voted on Mr. Farley's amendment?
we are right now.
You know you're voting on.
Not on the question right now, on the question. On the question is what we are. On the question is first. So we're just voting on calling the question. You have to vote on that. You have to have two-thirds vote in order to call the question.
We haven't voted, we have or have not voted on Farley's amendment.
So right now it's just calling the question. If you're in favor of calling the question, vote A. If you're not, vote nay.
I don't know what to, mine's saying call the question.
Right.
So you can try it by voice vote then.
Okay, we'll try it by voice vote then, because she's got it on her screen, it says on there. So all those in favor of calling the question, say A. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. Ayes have it. We're calling the question.
Now we're on the amendment to move his position. Are we from?
Right, so now we're voting on Mr. Fari's substitute amendment there. Discussion ended. So if you're in favor of it, push A. If you're against it, push nay.
Yep. The amendment is to move the county executive assistant position from grade 71 to grade 70.
$13,000.
Correct.
13,000.
Passed 28-3. And one abstention.
Right. Still need to vote on the main resolution as twice amended.
So now we gotta pass the resolution as twice amended now. So now we're back on as amendment twice now. Now we can discuss, right? Okay. Great. I think we can have discussion.
They still discuss it?
We can discuss it. Supervisor Schellinger. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now that we're back to the hopefully maybe approaching passage here, I want to appreciate all the work that the administration has put into the listening sessions, the feedback. I think this is a really good example of how the administration, the county board, the committees, and the employees have been able to work collaboratively to get to a proposal that is really good, and I think has a lot of buy-in. I think nothing this big is going to be perfect, and I hope this board doesn't let perfect be the enemy of the good. There's been a long time coming for this. We have a lot of hard work to make sure that this resolution can actually stick. By passing this today, we are committing $2.9 million of levy next year without giving employees a raise. And if we are talking about cost of living adjustments, a 1% cost of living adjustment is going to be $660,000 of wages, and another $280,000 of benefits. And I don't think we're talking about a 1% cost of living adjustment in this economy. So as we move forward with this vote, I hope we pass it. I also hope that we're ready to dig into the hard work at the next budget to make sure we find a place for this $2.9 million and the additional cost of living and merit raises that we're going to need to offer in the coming year to really realize the fruition of the promise here. Ultimately, the wage study suggests $6 to $7 million of investment today, just to get to where we should be. We're short of that, and we don't have the money in our levy right now. So while I hope we pass this, I hope everybody's ready for hard work at budget time. Thank you.
Supervisor Eisen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and fellow supervisors, on this day, in this place, at this hour, I do believe the county administration has done a great service to contract expertise in assisting us to update our employee compensation plan, and has sincerely solicited employee input before bringing to us this substitute amendment resolution. They have talked the talk. And now, my colleagues, it is our turn to walk the walk. This county board holds the purse strings to the success of our compensation plan. And to achieve success, I move to amend this substitute resolution at line 60. And I propose, and be it further resolved, to achieve retention and recruitment goals, and to secure the blessings of financial prudence, this Winnebago County Board of Supervisors initiates a half-cent, 0.5% sales tax to become effective July 1, 2023, for the purposes of funding employee excellence and other county financial needs. Of the 72 counties in Wisconsin, only 4 remain without a half-cent sales tax. A half-cent sales tax will generate $15 million a year revenue for Winnebago County. Now is the time to act. Just someone has to second it.
And we have a second by Supervisor Nichols. All right. Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask Mary Ann if she would please come up to the microphone, because I believe that the state statutes state that a county sales tax can only be used to offset property taxes. Thank you.
I do not know the answer to that. I would have to look it up.
I'm 99% sure.
I'm somewhat familiar, if you'll accept an answer subject to later correction by our legal counsel when she looks into it. There is a requirement that it be used to offset, to reduce the tax levy. However, recent court decision involving Brown County made it fairly clear, and there's certainly room for debate about exactly how this would be interpreted or applied in our case, but it can be used to essentially offset tax levy that we would create, not reducing it from where we are, but essentially reducing it from where it would have to be to pay for what we want to pay for otherwise. So there's a fair amount of gray area in the law on that at the moment, I would say. I do have one other legal concern, again, that I don't know the specific answer to, but I'm quite sure it can't be made effective in July. There's a longer timeline needed by the state, which is part of the state law, that I'm not completely familiar with, but we'd have to look into that as well.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to call the question.
Second. All right. So the question has been called. Guess we have to vote on the question. What?
That we raise revenue in a resolution that has to deal with expenses, a compensation plan? Is that germane? We're not concluding that.
Call the question.
The question has been called,
Right.
but yes, there can be an amendment, and Supervisor Eisen had every right to do it.
So. It's been called. All right, the motion has been called. We have to have 2/3 vote to be called. All in favor of those signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Nay. The ayes have it.
Vote on the motion to amend.
Right. So now we'll go back on the motion on the amendment. We'll have you vote on your machines again here. Now, if you're in favor of Supervisor Eisen's amendment, vote A. If you're against it, vote nay. And that fails, 28-3. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That, in my opinion, that amendment is not germane to the resolution. If we're going to get into an issue of doing a sales tax, it needs to be a separate resolution brought forward to this county board, I assume by PNF. That would be my thoughts. Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I called the question.
Motion made.
Question I was calling, that would be a question on the main resolution.
Correct. Okay, this is on the
Correct.
main one. So the question has been called now on the main one.
Actual resolution.
So,
Yes.
we better do this by
Just call the question.
vote. Right, and calling the question. All those in favor of calling the question signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. It's carried, the ayes have it. Now, back to the regular resolution.
My computer's going to sleep. My computer's going to
Your
sleep.
computer can't go to sleep yet.
Now we're, yes, on the main resolution.
All right, we're on the main resolution here again. Resolution 20603, 2023, adopting revision to the Winnebago County compensation schedule for 2023. I better do this by machine, just to make sure. If you're in favor of adopting it, vote A. If you're against it, vote nay. Go on your machines, just so they have a count on it. As amended, right? As amended, yep. And that passes 32 to nothing. I have a motion to adjourn by Vice Chairman Fari. Is there a second?
You have to approve the proceedings, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, just hold on. We gotta go back because some of the proceedings wasn't from before with the machine and this and that on the beginning of the meeting. We have to go back. And for the minutes and that, the proceedings. So Vice Chairman Fari had some things he wanted changed on there. In your minutes, I got you
Yeah,
on.
yes, sir. I just want my vote recorded as abstention on Resolution 192.
And I believe Supervisor Nussbaum had something he needed changed.
Yes, on page 142, mandatory ordinance 02008-23, it says that we changed R1 to R2, but that's the one that was screwed up, and we really changed it from R2 to R1.
Supervisor Nussbaum, can you say the?
Page 142.
Okay. And the number?
Mandatory ordinance, it's right above resolutions and ordinances, right above here.
Okay. That,
Changed R2 to R1 instead of R1 to R2.
thank you. Yeah.
So do I have a motion to accept the minutes with changes? Is there a second? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Approved. Got any others that have to be done yet? Nope. We're open for adjournment. Motion made and second to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you. We got a lot of work done tonight.